sleeping under a sky so vast it swallowed the edges of the world, from the Canadian prairies down to the Texas panhandle. A great inland ocean of grass rolled in waves of green and gold, breathing with the wind, silent and patient beyond all human measure. The people who first walked there understood that silence. They moved through the tall grass and short grass with the rhythm of the seasons, leaving only the lightest footprint on the tight-knit sod. For thousands of years, the prairie had built itself layer by layer, root by root, into a living skin that held the earth in place against the constant sweep of the wind. The grasses that covered these immense flatlands were not like the tender blades of a garden lawn. They were survivors, forged by drought and fire and the teeth of wandering herds. Buffalo grass, blue grama, little bluestem, needle and thread each sent its roots deep into the soil, some down 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, forming a tangled underground architecture that clutched the dirt with a grip both stubborn and enduring. Above ground, the leaves and stems made a coarse blanket that slowed the wind to a whisper and caught every precious drop of rain before it could run away. When the buffalo came by the millions, their hooves pressed the surface, but seldom broke it. Because the sod was so tightly woven, it felt like walking on a thick woolen rug laid over the back of the continent. The animals grazed and moved on, and the grass healed behind them, fed by the nitrogen of their waste and the trampled seeds they carried. The prairie was a self-repairing organism, a harmony of sky, soil, and life that had reached an equilibrium so stable it might have seemed eternal to anyone who had the patience to stand still and observe it. The sky above this sea of grass had its own personality. It was not a backdrop, but a living presence, a dome of blue that deepened at the zenith to a shade so intense it almost vibrated. In the morning, the sun pushed up from the flat horizon like a slow flame, pulling long shadows from the yucca and the sage. At midday, the light was a flood of white gold that bleached the landscape into a shimmering haze. And in the evening, the whole western half of the sky became a theater of color oranges that bled into crimson, purples that deepened into velvet indigo, the first stars pricking through the afterglow like tiny ice crystals forming on an invisible ceiling. On nights without a moon, the darkness was so complete that a person standing alone on the open plain could feel as though they were floating in a void, the ground beneath their feet a mere suggestion, the horizon utterly gone. The wind was the only constant, a ceaseless exhalation that flowed across the grasses with a sound like the distant murmur of a sleeping ocean. It was a sound that could lull a weary mind into stillness, a white noise older than any human language. Into this sea of grass, over the slow march of the 19th century, came people from another world. They came first in trickles, trappers, explorers, the odd missionary, and they looked upon the prairie with eyes did not understand what they were seeing. To a farmer from the damp woodlands of the eastern United States, or the orderly hedgerows of Europe, this treeless expanse seemed empty, unfinished, a waste of good land that needed only to be broken open and put to proper use. The word desert was sometimes attached to the region on early maps, but even that label would shift in meaning, eventually giving way to a much more seductive idea, the myth that the very act of settlement could change the climate. A few prominent voices began to proclaim that rain follows the plow, that the upturning of the sod would release moisture into the air and coax the clouds to give up their water more generously. It was a beautiful, hopeful, and completely false notion, but it took root in the minds of thousands who were hungry for a piece of their own land. The railroad companies were eager to sell that vision. They had been granted immense tracts of land by the government as a reward for laying track across the continent, and now they needed buyers. Colorful pamphlets and newspaper advertisements painted the Great Plains as a Garden of Eden waiting only for the right hands to tend it. Photographs showed wheat fields stretching to the horizon, farmhouses with wide porches, children running through orchards that had never actually existed. The Homestead Act of 1862 and its later revisions dangled the promise of 160 acres of free land for anyone who would live on it, improve it, and stick it out for 5 years for immigrants fleeing crowded cities in the east, or tenant farmers from the south weary of the old plantation system, or families from Germany, Scandinavia, and the Russian steppes who knew something of open country. The lure was irresistible. They packed their wagons and their hope and headed west into the unknown. When the first settlers arrived on their claims, the prairie greeted them with a silence that many found unnerving. There were no trees to break the wind, no babbling brooks, only the endless ripple of grass and the sky pressing down from all sides. The first task was to dig a home. With no timber for log cabins, they cut squares of sod from the very ground they intended to farm, stacking the thick, root-bound blocks into walls, leaving gaps for a window or a door. A sod house, or soddy, was dark and earthy smelling, prone to leaking in rain and shedding dust in drought. But it was surprisingly warm in winter and cool in summer. The floor was packed dirt, the roof a layer of brush and more sod. Snakes sometimes slithered through the walls, and insects fell from the ceiling into the stew pot. But it was shelter. It was a beginning. The breaking of the prairie sod was an act of transformation, so profound that it echoed through the following decades in ways no one foresaw. The early settlers used horse-drawn walking plows with iron shares that cut through the tangled roots with a sound like tearing cloth. The soil, when it was first turned, was almost black, so rich with organic matter that it seemed to breathe. It was was a soil that had been building itself for 10,000 years from the decay of grass and the dung of bison. A soil that held moisture like a sponge and teemed with microscopic life. The first crops of corn and wheat that sprang from that ground were astonishingly lush. Word spread. More people came. The land was divided into neat quarter sections, each with its own claim shack, its own pile of turned earth, its own dreams. Then came the years of plentiful rain. In the first 2 decades of the 20th century, particularly during the Great War, the skies above the southern plains grew unusually generous, whether it was a natural fluctuation or some early signal of the climatic shifts to come. The rain fell in patterns that seemed to confirm the old myth. Settlement had indeed brought the water. Wheat prices soared as Europe's fields burned in the trenches, and every bushel an American farmer could produce was worth its weight in gold. The government urged farmers to plant more, to feed the world, to win the war with wheat. And so they did. They tore up the last remaining patches of buffalo grass. They drained the shallow sloughs. They plowed right up to the edges of the roads. Every inch of ground made to serve the single crop. The tractor arrived, a snorting iron horse that could pull a gang of plows far faster than any team of draft animals. The one-way disc plow became the tool of choice, a spinning blade that sliced the soil to a fine, powdery tilth, perfect for dropping wheat seeds, but disastrous for the long-term structure of the earth. By the mid-1920s, the southern Great Plains were a patchwork of wheat farms, hundreds of thousands of acres of exposed soil that lay bare for much of the year. The old grasses that had once shielded the dirt from the wind were gone, replaced by a carpet of tilled dust that could be lifted by the slightest breeze. In the wet years, nobody worried much about the wind. The rain came, the wheat grew. The banks handed out loans for more tractors and more land, and the towns along the railroad lines swelled with optimism. Places like Boise City in the Oklahoma Panhandle, Dalhart in Texas, Liberal in Kansas, they sprouted brick buildings, picture shows, automobile dealerships, and churches with tall steeples that pointed toward a future of endless growth. Saturday nights were loud with the laughter of families spending their wheat money, and Sunday mornings were quiet with the sound of hymns drifting over the dusty streets. The people who lived in those towns and on those farms were a tough and resilient breed. They had come from every corner of the map, drawn by the oldest promise of the New World. That hard work on your own piece of earth would yield a life of dignity and independence. They were Czech farmers who made kalashes in their steamy kitchens, German Lutherans who built sturdy barns, Texans who had drifted north looking for a fresh start, Oklahomans who had claimed their stake before statehood. They knew the wind, or thought they did. They knew drought, because even in the good years, there were were dry spells that curled the wheat and cracked the garden soil, but they believed in their own ability to endure. They had endured the loneliness of the first homestead winter, the plague of grasshoppers, the dip in wheat prices after the war. They were not the sort of people to be easily frightened by a change in the weather. So when the rains began to slacken in the summer of 1930, few panicked. The previous year had been dry, but not alarmingly so, and everyone knew that the plains were a land of cycles. The wheat was planted in the autumn as always. The seeds pressed into the powder-dry topsoil, and the farmers scanned the horizon for the heavy gray clouds that would bring the life-giving moisture. The clouds formed teasingly, building great towers of vapor in the afternoon heat, but they often passed over without releasing a single drop. The winter wheat came up thin and patchy, its pale green shoots struggling to push through the clods. Still, there was hope. Rain would come. It always had. The spring of 1931 brought more of the same. The sky remained an empty, blazing blue day after day, week after week. The temperature climbed into the 90s and stayed there, baking the surface of the fields until it cracked into hard plates that curled at the edges like old leather. The wheat withered. Farmers watched their investment shrivel in the ground, and the more desperate among them plowed their failed fields under and replanted, hoping to catch even a late shower. The replanted seeds sat in the hot soil and never germinated. The wind, which had always been a companion on the plains, began to take on a new character. It no longer whispered through the grass, but hissed across bare dirt, picking up the fine particles and carrying them in low, snaking streams just above the surface. In the evenings, when the sun set through the hanging dust, it turned a lurid red, as if the whole sky were inflamed. The first real dust storm that anyone remembered as something beyond the ordinary occurred on a day in late 1931. The morning had dawned clear, but by mid-afternoon, a black wall appeared on the northern horizon, rolling forward like a range of moving mountains. It was not a cloud of smoke from a prairie fire, nor a thunderstorm, but something entirely new. As it approached, the temperature dropped, and the light failed, turning the midday into a sickly twilight. Then the wind hit, not as a gust, but as a sustained roar that shook the walls of the sod houses and the frame farmsteads. Dust poured through every crack, every keyhole, every seam in the window frames. It coated the furniture, the dishes, the food on the table. It filled mouths and nostrils and lungs. Chickens went to roost in the middle of the day, confused by the sudden darkness. Cattle turned their backs to the wind and huddled together, their eyes caked with grit. When the storm finally passed, hours later, the world was a different color. The fields that had been planted with such hope were now stripped of their topsoil. The seeds blown into the fence rows, or simply gone. What remained was a hard, scoured surface, littered with drifts of dirt as fine as talcum powder. The people of the plains did not yet have a name for what they had just experienced. They called it a duster, a black blizzard, a dirty 30s wind. They swept out their houses with a weary determination, shook the dust from their bedclothes, and told each other that such a thing could not happen again. But it did happen again. In 1932, the storms came with greater frequency and ferocity. The drought deepened. By now, the entire southern Great Plains was a tinderbox. The soil, having lost the binding network of grass roots, was no longer soil in the true sense. It was an ultrafine powder that could be lifted by the lightest breeze. When a strong wind blew from the north, it scooped up this powder in unimaginable quantities, churning it into a dense, roiling cloud that rose thousands of feet into the air. Static electricity built up in the swirling mass, causing lightning to flash silently inside the black curtain. The air crackled with a strange, menacing energy. People who had been caught outside during a storm reported that their hair stood on end, their skin prickled, and if they touched a metal object, a sharp blue spark would jump from their fingers. Inside the homes, the battle against the dust was constant and heartbreaking. Women stuffed rags and newspapers into the gaps around doors and windows, hung wet sheets over the frames to catch the invading particles. But the dust was patient and relentless. It settled in a fine, even layer on every surface, sifting down from the ceiling, even in the still air that followed a storm. Meals were prepared under a cloth tent at the dinner table. The plates and cups kept covered until the last possible second. Bread was kneaded, and the dough came away gray from the airborne grit that had settled into the flour. Children were put to bed with dampened cloths draped over their heads to keep the dust out of their noses and mouths while they slept. The sound of a storm approaching was a low, moaning note that grew steadily louder, like a freight train coming across the prairie, and it was a sound that lodged itself in the memory of every person who heard it. A sound that could trigger a jolt of dread years later. Even after the skies had cleared for good, the psychological toll of the dust was as heavy as the physical one. The plains had always been a place of vast horizons and big skies. The sense of infinite space was, for many, the region's greatest beauty. But when the dust closed in, the horizon disappeared. The world shrank to a few yards of swirling gray. People felt trapped, buried alive in their own homes. The relentless wind, which had once been a source of cooling relief on a hot summer day, became a tormentor. It never stopped. It blew the soil away from the fields and piled it in great drifts against the fences, the barns, the very houses. Sometimes the drifts were so high that cattle could walk right over a fence, or a farmer would wake to find his front door blocked by a dune of dirt that had not been there the night before. The landscape was being reshaped, not by the slow forces of geology, but by a ceaseless aerial river of soil in motion. By 1934, the crisis had a national audience thanks to a single dramatic event. On the 9th of May, a massive dust storm lifted from the plains and traveled east in a gigantic, mile-high cloud. It crossed the Mississippi River, darkened the skies over Chicago, and 2 days later reached the eastern seaboard. In New York City, the sun was blotted out at midday. Streetlights came on. The air took on a yellowish-brown tint, and a fine silt sifted down onto the sidewalks, the automobiles, the suits of businessmen. In Washington, D.C., legislators looked out the windows of the Capitol and saw the evidence of a faraway catastrophe settling on their own city. The dust had traveled more than 1,000 miles, carrying with it the microscopic remains of the Great Plains. This storm, dramatic as it was only one of hundreds that would sweep across the region in the coming years. But it served as a wake-up call to a nation that had been largely unaware of the slow-motion disaster unfolding in its heartland. The scientists who had been studying the plains for decades finally had the ear of the government. They explained with increasing urgency that the dust storms were not simply a natural disaster, but a man-made one, the inevitable result of tearing up an ecosystem that had evolved specifically to hold the soil in place. The buffalo grass, with its deep roots and its ability to go dormant during drought, was the keystone of the whole system. When it was plowed under, the soil was left naked. The rains, which had always been erratic in this region, failed in the early 1930s, but a dry spell alone would not have caused the catastrophe. It was the combination of drought and the complete removal of the native vegetation that turned the plains into a powder keg. The remedy, they argued, was to plant grass again, to contour the land, to learn farming methods that worked with the grain of the landscape rather than against it. But in the depths of the Dust Bowl, such long-term solutions felt impossibly distant to the families who were struggling just to breathe through another day. The wind continued to blow. The days that were not filled with dust were often blindingly bright, the sun hammering down on a cracked and sterile earth. The temperature soared past 100 degrees Fahrenheit, day after day. There was no moisture in the ground to cool the air, no plants to transpire and create even a hint of humidity. The heat shimmered above the bare fields in waves that distorted the view of anything more than a few 100 feet away. Mirages appeared on the roads, pools of phantom water that receded as you approached. At night, the sky cleared and the temperature plummeted, and the stars came out with a harsh, unnerving clarity, because there was so little dust in the upper air on the calm nights, the very dust having been blown eastward. The silence on those calm nights was absolute, broken only by the distant bark of a coyote or the creak of a windmill that had nothing to pump. In the towns, business dried up with the crops. The banks that had lent money so freely during the boom years began to fail. Farmers who could not pay their mortgages were forced off their land. Some walked away willingly, packing what they could into a battered automobile and heading west toward California, where hand-painted signs on the side of the road promised work in the orchards and cotton fields. Others stayed, either too stubborn or too broke to leave, clinging to the hope that next year the rains would return, that the winds would fall silent, that the land would once again turn green. They watched the sky. They listened to the radio for weather forecasts. They patched the holes in their roofs and resealed their windows with strips of cloth and paste. They survived the spring of 1935, which brought some of the most terrifying dust storms of the entire decade, including Black Sunday, a day that would become synonymous with the Dust Bowl's worst excesses. But the telling of that particular Sunday and the long exodus that followed belongs to another part of the long night. For now, the prairie sleeps under its mantle of dust, and the wind sings its low, mournful tune across the bare fields. And the deep roots of the lost grass are only a memory in the dry earth, waiting for a rain that seems to have forgotten how to fall. The false spring of 1935 arrived like a whispered rumor through the dry stalks of winter wheat. After the brutal years of 1933 and 1934, when the dust had fallen so thick that fence posts were buried and cattle suffocated standing up, the skies over the southern plains turned soft and gray in late February. A gentle rain began to fall, not the gully-washing torrent that sometimes followed a drought, but a steady, patient drizzle that soaked into the cracked earth and turned its gray-white surface to a damp brown. In the farmhouses, families stood at their windows and watched the water bead on the glass with a feeling that had almost been forgotten. A fragile, trembling sensation that might have been hope. The rain continued for 2 days, then 3. The draws and creek beds, long since reduced to powdery scars in the landscape, began to run with thin ribbons of muddy water. Frogs, which had been buried in the drying mud for years, emerged and sang their rasping chorus into the night. A sound so unexpected that children laughed and clapped their hands. The air smelled of wet earth, that deep mineral perfume that is the closest thing to life itself. And for a few precious weeks, the plains held their breath and allowed themselves to believe that the worst was over. The wheat responded to the moisture with a desperate eagerness. Pale green shoots pushed up through the crust, and within a fortnight, the fields that had been barren for so long were covered with a fuzz of new growth. Farmers walked out into their acres and knelt to touch the plants, to feel the tender leaves between their calloused fingers. They looked at the sky, which was still holding clouds, and they allowed themselves small acts of planning. A new dress for the baby, a can of paint for the front porch, a payment on the tractor note. The merchants in town put new goods in their windows, sweeping away the dust that had settled on everything like a shroud. The cafe on Main Street saw a modest return of customers who lingered over their coffee, talking about crop prospects and the price of seed. There was laughter again, cautious and brittle, but laughter nonetheless. The wind, which had been a tormentor for so long, seemed to relent. It blew as it always blew on the plains, but it came in gentle puffs rather than tearing gales, and it carried no more than the usual amount of grit. People began to open their windows during the day to let the fresh air blow through their homes, to chase out the stale smell of dust and kerosene and closed-in human living. Women took their rugs outside and beat them, and the dust that rose was only the accumulated dirt of a normal household, not the smothering pall of a black blizzard. Children played in the schoolyards without the teacher having to call them inside at the first sign of a darkening horizon. The memory of the previous years began to soften around the edges, the way a nightmare fades upon waking, still troubling, but no longer immediate. In the Oklahoma Panhandle, a farmer named Isaac Toland stood on a rise, overlooking his quarter section, and watched his young wheat ripple in the breeze like the surface of a lake. He had been one of the lucky ones, if luck could be called anything in a time when survival itself was an achievement. He had managed to keep his family fed through the worst of the drought by taking work with the Works Progress Administration, digging ditches and building roads for a government wage. His wife, Eliza, had grown a small garden in a sheltered corner of the yard, watering it by hand with water carried from the windmill, and they had kept a few chickens that somehow survived the storms. Now, with the rain and the green wheat, Isaac allowed himself to think about the future. He thought about repairing the barn roof, about buying a new milk cow, about the possibility of sending his eldest daughter to the normal school to become a teacher. These were ordinary dreams, the kind of dreams that had sustained prairie families for generations, and their return was a small triumph against the darkness of the preceding years. Across the region, the story was the same. In the Texas Panhandle, near the town of Dalhart, the wheat fields showed a promising stand. In southwestern Kansas, the rains had been even more generous, and the farmers there began to talk of a bumper crop. The government agricultural reports, which for years had been litanies of failure, began to use words like improving and favorable. The newspapers, always hungry for a story of redemption, printed optimistic editorials about the end of the drought and the resilience of the American farmer. Radio preachers thanked the Lord for delivering the land from its affliction. There was a sense, fragile and perhaps premature, that the long night was finally coming to an end. But the land knew something that the people did not. The rains of February and March had been a reprieve, not a rescue. The deep moisture that the subsoil needed was still lacking. The rains had wetted the top few inches, enough to germinate the wheat and give it a start. But beneath that thin layer of dampness, the earth was still bone dry, still powdery, still waiting for the wind. And the grass, the binding, holding grass that had once knitted the whole ecosystem together, was still gone from millions of acres. The wheat that grew so promisingly was a shallow-rooted annual, a plant that would take what it needed from the surface and then die, leaving the soil exposed once more. The prairie had been replaced by a monoculture that was entirely dependent on the continued benevolence of the sky. And the sky, on the plains, had never been a reliable benefactor. As March turned into April, the winds began to stir again. They came first as breezes, pleasant and cooling, but they strengthened day by day, and the direction shifted to the south, bringing a dry heat that sucked the moisture out of the topsoil with an almost audible thirst. The wheat, which had looked so vigorous, began to show signs of stress. Its color shifted from deep green to a pale, yellowish green, and the leaves curled inward to protect themselves from the desiccating air. The farmers watched with a familiar knot tightening in their stomachs. They scanned the horizon for clouds, but the sky remained a hard, brilliant blue, the sun a white-hot coin overhead. The temperature climbed into the 80s, then the 90s. The brief season of hope was withering as quickly as it had bloomed. By the second week of April, the land was once again a tinderbox. The surface soil, dried and pulverized by the previous years, plowing, lay loose and ready. The winds that had been merely strong now became a constant, nagging presence. A low moan that rattled the windows and sent little rivulets of dust scudding across the roads. The older residents, those who had lived through the black blizzards of 33 and 34, felt a cold dread settling into their bones. They recognized the signs. They began, quietly and without fanfare, to prepare. They stuffed rags around the door frames again. They filled the water barrels and covered the food. They brought the livestock into the barns and closed the heavy wooden doors. They said nothing to the children, not wanting to frighten them. But the children could feel the tension in the way their parents moved, the way their voices had gone quiet and tight. Sunday, the 14th of April, dawned clear and beautiful. The morning sky was a spotless dome of pale blue, the air still and almost sweet. Across the plains, families dressed in their best clothes and set out for church. The roads were dusty but passable, and the automobiles that had survived the hard years chugged along between the bare fields, carrying their passengers to the white clapboard churches that dotted the prairie like small ships anchored in a brown sea. Inside the churches, the congregations sang the old hymns with a fervor born of recent hardship. They prayed for rain, for mercy, for the strength to endure whatever might come next. preachers spoke of the trials of Job, of the faithfulness of the Lord in times of affliction. The words were comforting, a bulwark against the unease that lurked just beneath the surface of the bright morning. By midday, the temperature had risen sharply. It was not the gentle warmth of a spring afternoon, but a harsh, oppressive heat that made the skin prickle. The barometric pressure began to fall, though few on the plains had instruments to measure it. The animals sensed the change first, as animals always do. Horses grew skittish, tossing their heads and rolling their eyes. Cattle bunched together in the corners of their pastures, lowing softly. Birds, which had been singing in the hedgerows, fell silent and disappeared. A strange stillness descended, a vacuum of sound that was more unnerving than the wind itself. People stood on their porches and looked at the sky, which was still clear overhead, but now showed a dark smudge on the northern horizon, a line of blackness that was too solid to be a storm cloud and too smooth to be a range of hills. In the panhandle of Oklahoma, near the little settlement of Boise City, the temperature at 1 in the afternoon was an unseasonable 90 degrees. A man named Earl Montgomery, who ran a filling station on the edge of town, was sitting in the shade of his awning, reading a week-old newspaper and swatting at flies. He noticed the darkness on the horizon and assumed at first that it was a line of thunderstorms building up, the kind that could bring hail and lightning, but also the blessed gift of rain. He stood up and walked out into the road to get a better look. The blackness was rising, not in the puffy vertical columns of a thunderhead, but as a solid, rolling wall that seemed to consume the light as it advanced. Montgomery had seen dust storms before. Everyone on the plains had seen dust storms by then. But this one was different. This one was immense. A continent of moving soil that stretched from the ground to the upper reaches of the atmosphere, so high that its top was lost in the glare of the sun, and it was moving fast, with a speed that was both majestic and terrifying. The wall of dust hit Boise City a little after 4 in the afternoon. The temperature dropped 40 degrees in less than an hour. The light went from afternoon brilliance to the deep gloom of twilight, then to a darkness so complete that it was like being sealed inside a tomb. The wind did not arrive gradually. It exploded over the town with a roar that drowned out every other sound. Grains of sand and dust blasted through the air with the force of a sandblaster stripping paint from houses, etching the glass of windows until it was opaque, driving into the skin like a million tiny needles. People caught outside groped their way toward shelter, holding handkerchiefs over their faces, unable to see their own hands in front of them. A man named Frank Miller, who had been driving home from a visit to a neighboring farm, found his car enveloped in the swirling blackness. The dust was so thick that his headlights illuminated nothing. but a solid wall of gray. He pulled over to the side of the road, or what he hoped was the side of the road, and sat there in the roaring darkness, the engine idling, the dust sifting in through every crack in the car's body. He could taste it on his tongue, gritty and metallic. He could feel it grinding between his teeth. He wrapped his coat around his head and waited, praying that no other vehicle would come along and strike him, though the odds of anyone else being foolish enough to be on the road were slim. That day would later be given a name: Black Sunday. It was the day the Dust Bowl announced itself to the world in terms that could not be ignored. The storm that swept across the plains that afternoon was not a single event, but a system, a convulsion of the atmosphere that lifted an estimated 300,000 tons of topsoil from the fields of Colorado, Kansas, Texas, Oklahoma, and Nebraska, and hurled it into the sky. The dust rose to altitudes of 10,000 feet and more, spreading outward in a great, choking cloud that blotted out the sun across half the continent. In the immediate path of the storm, the darkness was so profound that chickens went to roost, thinking the night had come. Cows lay down in the fields and were buried where they lay, their bodies later discovered as small mounds of dust with a horn or a hoof protruding. Children in their homes clutched their parents and wept, not from pain, but from a primal terror, the fear of a world disappearing into chaos. Inside the farmhouses, the rituals of survival that had been honed over the previous years were put into frantic practice. Wet sheets were hung over every window and door. Cloths were pressed against the keyholes. The family gathered in the center room, the one with the fewest exterior walls, and they covered their noses and mouths with dampened rags. The kerosene lamps were lit, but their flames burned low and blue in the oxygen-starved air. The sound of the wind was a continuous, soul-shaking roar, punctuated by the sharp crack of static electricity discharging from the airborne dust. People prayed, their voices barely audible above the din. They prayed for the storm to pass, for the morning to come, for the simple gift of being able to draw a breath that was not laden with dirt. When the worst of the storm finally passed, hours later, the silence that followed was almost as shocking as the noise had been. It was a hollow, ringing silence, the kind that fills the ears after a great catastrophe. People emerged from their houses like survivors of a shipwreck, blinking in the strange, amber-tinted light of early evening. The sun, where it was visible at all through the lingering haze, was a pale, sickly disk, a ghost of the star that had shone so brightly that morning. The landscape was transformed. Where there had been fields of struggling wheat that morning, there were now sweeping drifts of dust, sculpted by the wind into long, parallel ridges that looked like waves on a frozen sea. Fences were buried up to their top wires. Farm machinery that had been left in the open was half submerged, its metal parts scoured to a dull gleam. The roads were erased, indistinguishable from the fields around them. The world was a study in gray and brown, a monochrome desolation that stretched to every horizon. The human cost of Black Sunday was measured not only in the tons of soil lost, but in the spirit of the people who had endured it. Something broke that day in the collective psyche of the plains. The brief, hopeful spring had been an illusion, and its shattering was more devastating than if the hope had never come at all. In the days that followed, a wave of despair swept through the region. Farmers walked out onto their ruined land and simply stood there, staring at the drifts, their faces blank with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. Some of them wept, some of them cursed, some of them turned without a word and began packing their belongings. The exodus, which had been a trickle in the earlier years of the drought, became a flood. The roads leading west and south grew thick with battered automobiles, their roofs piled high with mattresses, chairs, pots and pans, the entire contents of a life strapped down with rope and wire. They were heading for California, for Arizona, for anywhere that a man might find work, and his children might breathe air that did not taste of dirt. It was a newspaper reporter, a man named Robert Jiger, who gave the phenomenon its enduring name. In a dispatch filed from the stricken region, he wrote of the Dust Bowl of the southern plains, and the phrase stuck in the public imagination with the tenacity of the dust itself. The Dust Bowl. It was a simple, vivid metaphor, a bowl that held not water, but dirt, a vessel of desolation scooped out of the heart of the continent. The name captured the scale of the disaster, the sense of a vast region hollowed out and filled with something lifeless. It appeared in headlines across the country, in radio broadcasts, in the solemn conversations of politicians in Washington. The Dust Bowl became a national symbol of failure, a dark counterpoint to the myth of American abundance. But to the families who lived inside that bowl, the name was just a word. Their reality was the daily struggle to keep the dust out of their children's lungs, to find enough money to buy a sack of flour, to keep a single cow alive on the sparse, dusty forage that remained. Their reality was the slow, creeping illness that the local doctors had begun to call dust pneumonia, a condition in which the fine particles of silica lodged deep in the lungs, causing a persistent, racking cough, fever, and in the worst cases, a slow suffocation that could take months or years to run its course. The cemeteries on the plains grew at a steady pace. The new graves mounded with the same brown earth that had killed their occupants. The funerals were quiet, hurried affairs, the mourners standing with their backs to the wind, their faces wrapped in cloth, the preacher's words snatched away by the ever-present gale. The government in Washington had been slow to grasp the full magnitude of the crisis. The Great Depression had stretched the nation's resources and attention thin, and the troubles of a few 100,000 farmers on the remote plains seemed, to many Eastern policymakers, a regrettable but manageable problem. But Black Sunday and the national attention that followed changed the calculus. President Franklin Roosevelt, who had already begun to address the soil erosion problem through the creation of the Soil Erosion Service in 1933, now threw the full weight of his administration behind a comprehensive effort to save the plains. The Soil Conservation Service was established as a permanent agency with the mission of teaching farmers how to work the land without destroying it. The Civilian Conservation Corps sent thousands of young men into the Dust Bowl to plant shelter belts of trees, to build terraces and contour furrows, to reseed the bare ground with native grasses. The Resettlement Administration moved some of the most destitute families to better land, though the program was always underfunded and often deeply resented by the people it was meant to help. The ideas that the soil conservationists brought to the plains were not new, but they had never been widely adopted. For decades, a few lonely voices had been warning that the plow was a weapon of mass destruction when applied to the fragile prairie ecosystem. Men like Hugh Hammond Bennett, a soil scientist from North Carolina, had been preaching the gospel of conservation with an almost religious fervor. He spoke of the soil as a living thing, a resource that could be exhausted just as surely as a vein of ore. He demonstrated on test plots and experimental farms that contour plowing, following the natural curve of the land, rather than cutting straight lines up and down the slopes, could drastically reduce erosion. He showed that strip cropping, the alternation of dense-rooted crops with open-row crops, could hold the soil in place during the windiest months. He argued for the return of the buffalo grass, the deep-rooted native plant that had held the plains together for millennia. His message was simple: work with the land, not against it. The farmers who remained on the plains listened to these new ideas with a mixture of skepticism and desperate hope. They were a practical people, deeply suspicious of advice from men who wore suits and carried clipboards. But they were also people who had seen their own land blow away on the wind, and they could not deny the evidence of their own eyes when the government offered to pay them $1 an acre to plow along the contours, or to plant a strip of sorghum as a windbreak, or to retire their most erodible fields back to grass. Many of them accepted. It was not an admission of guilt, but an act of survival. They had to try something, because what they had been doing had led them to the edge of annihilation. The work of healing the land was slow and unglamorous. The young men of the Civilian Conservation Corps, many of them city boys who had never seen a cow before they arrived on the plains, planted millions of trees in long, curving lines that traced the contours of the land. These shelter belts, as they were called, were designed to break the force of the wind before it could pick up the soil. They planted Russian olive, cottonwood, red cedar, and honey locust, species that could survive the harsh climate and the alkaline soil. They built small dams in the draws to catch the runoff from the occasional rainstorm. They strung barbed wire around the newly planted areas to keep out the few remaining cattle. The work was backbreaking, performed in the same heat and dust that had driven the farmers away. The young men slept in barracks and ate in mess halls, and they were paid $30 a month, most of which was sent home to their families. They were not soldiers, but they were fighting a war nonetheless, a war against the wind and the drought and the accumulated mistakes of a generation. The women on the plains fought their own quiet battles. They were the keepers of the home, the ones who had to maintain a semblance of cleanliness and order in a world that was relentlessly filthy. They rose before dawn to sweep the dust from the floors, dust that had settled overnight despite every precaution. They cooked on stoves that were stoked with twisted stalks of dry corn, their faces red from the heat, the pots covered to keep out the grit. They nursed their children through coughs and fevers, through the listlessness that came from poor nutrition and constant stress. They made clothes from flour sacks, tended the sick neighbors, wrote letters to relatives who had fled to the West. They held their families together through sheer force of will, and they did it without fanfare or recognition, because that was what the prairie had always demanded of its women. And still, the drought persisted. The rains that fell in 1935 after Black Sunday were sparse and erratic. The summer of 1936 was one of the hottest ever recorded on the plains, the mercury climbing past 110 degrees in some places. The air so hot that it hurt to breathe. The dust storms continued, though the conservation work was beginning to show small, tentative results on the land that had been treated. The worst of the blowing soil was now coming from the fields that had been abandoned, the ones whose owners had given up and headed west. Those fields lay bare and unplanted, their surfaces a fine, loose powder that rose at the slightest provocation. The government began to purchase some of this submarginal land, taking it out of production permanently and reseeding it with grass. The process was slow and the acreage was vast, but for the first time in years, there was a sense that the destruction might be halted, if not reversed. The migrants who had left the plains carried their stories with them. They traveled west along Route 66, the great diagonal highway that cut from Chicago to Los Angeles, a ribbon of pavement that became a river of human desperation. Their cars, overloaded and undermaintained, broke down on the desert stretches of New Mexico and Arizona. They slept by the side of the road, in squatter camps, in the dusty yards of filling stations. They were not welcome where they went. In California, they found that the advertisements for farm labor had been wildly exaggerated. There were jobs, but not nearly enough for the hundreds of thousands who arrived. Wages plummeted. The migrants crowded into makeshift settlements called ditchbank camps or Hoovervilles, where the sanitation was primitive and the desperation was palpable. The local residents viewed them with suspicion and hostility, calling them Okies, regardless of whether they came from Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, or Arkansas. Signs appeared on the roads leading into some towns. No jobs, keep out. It was a bitter welcome for people who had already lost everything. Yet even in the midst of the displacement, the human spirit showed its stubborn capacity for endurance. The migrants built communities in the camps, however temporary. They held dances on Saturday nights, the fiddle and guitar playing the old songs from back home. They shared their food, what little there was of it. They looked out for one another's children. They told stories of the dust storms, turning their trauma into a shared mythology, a way of making sense of the senseless. The photographers and writers sent by the federal government documented their lives with a mixture of pity and admiration. Dorothea Lange's photographs, most famously the image of a worried mother with her children, became the iconic representations of the migrant experience. John Steinbeck's novel, The Grapes of Wrath, published in 1939, would give the Okie experience a voice that resonated around the world. But the real people behind the images and the fiction were not symbols. They were individuals, each with a name and a history and a private grief that no photograph could capture. Back on the plains, the cycle of hope and despair continued to turn. The year 1937 brought a modest improvement in rainfall, enough to produce a small crop in some areas. The wheat that grew on the contoured, strip-cropped fields was not lush, but it was something. A harvest, however meager, was a reason to give thanks. The dust storms became less frequent, though they did not stop entirely. The worst of them now seemed to come in the spring, just when the newly planted crops were at their most vulnerable. But the shelter belts were growing, their branches thickening, their roots reaching deep into the subsoil. The terraces were holding back the runoff from the occasional cloudburst. The land was beginning, very slowly, to stabilize. The human community was stabilizing as well, though it had been permanently reduced. Many of the families who had left never returned. They found new lives in California, in Oregon, in the growing cities of the West. Their children grew up speaking with the flat accents of their adopted states, and the dust storms of the 30s became stories told by grandparents, half remembered and half believed. Those who stayed on the plains were the survivors, the ones who had either the stubbornness or the lack of options to ride out the entire catastrophe. They were fewer in number, and they were marked by the experience. They had a wariness in their eyes, a habit of scanning the horizon for signs of trouble. They never again took the rain for granted. They never again trusted the land to be simply and reliably generous. The drought that had created the Dust Bowl was not a single, continuous dry spell, but a series of dry years punctuated by brief, deceptive wet periods. The patterns of atmospheric circulation that had locked the region into aridity were part of a global climatic fluctuation, one that scientists would later link to sea surface temperatures in the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. But to the people who lived through it, the drought was simply the weather, as inexplicable and inexorable as fate. When the rains finally returned in force in the autumn of 1938 and the spring of 1939, it felt less like a meteorological event and more like a reprieve from a long imprisonment. The water fell from the sky in steady, soaking sheets, filling the ponds, greening the pastures, washing the last of the dust from the air. The sound of rain on a tin roof, which had once been an ordinary noise, became a cause for quiet celebration, a music that promised survival. The Dust Bowl ended not with a single dramatic event, but with a gradual, almost imperceptible transition. The combination of improved rainfall, the mass exodus of farmers, and the widespread adoption of conservation practices allowed the land to heal. The native grasses, which had been hanging on in isolated patches, began to spread again, their roots probing deep into the restored soil. The shelter belts matured into stands of trees that provided habitat for birds and small mammals that had been absent for a decade. The dust storms became rare, then exceptional, then a memory. The plains did not return to their pristine state. Too much had been lost for that. But they achieved a new equilibrium, a working compromise between human agriculture and the ancient rhythms of the prairie. The legacy of the Dust Bowl was written into the soil and into the souls of the people who had endured it. It was a lesson, harsh and unforgettable, about the limits of human power over the natural world. The prairie had been patient for thousands of years, holding its soil against the wind through the deep, intertwining roots of its grasses. When those roots were torn out, the soil was free to fly. And fly it did across fences, across state lines, across the entire eastern half of the country. The dust that settled on the deck of a ship in the Atlantic Ocean in 1934 was soil from the Texas Panhandle, soil that had once nourished the buffalo herds and the Kiowa hunting parties, soil that had taken 10,000 years to form and only a few decades to vanish. As the 30s drew to a close and the world turned its attention to the gathering storm of war in Europe, the plains settled into a quieter chapter. The wind still blew, but it blew over grass and stubble, and the green rows of contour-farmed wheat. The sky still arched vast and blue overhead, and at night the stars still glittered with that peculiar peculiar prairie brilliance. The abandoned farmhouses, their windows empty and their roofs sagging, stood as monuments to the departed, slowly being reclaimed by the very land they had tried to tame. In the towns, the population had shrunk, but the people who remained were knitted together by a shared history of hardship. They knew each other's stories. They knew who had stayed and who had fled, who had prospered and who had been broken. They carried the dust bowl inside them, a permanent weather of the heart that flared up whenever the wind began to blow from the north, and the sky took on a certain shade of brown, and so the plains returned to their long, slow sleep, the sleep of a land that has weathered a great trauma and now needs time to recover. The grass grew, the roots reached downward, the soil held fast. The memory of the dust storms faded from the headlines, but it never faded from the land itself, where it remained as a warning and a testament. The prairie had spoken, and for a few terrible years, the whole nation had been forced to listen to its voice, carried on a wind that tasted of the earth itself, a voice that whispered of humility, of limits, of the delicate and essential bond between the ground and the sky. The dust settled, the darkness lifted, and the plains slept once more, waiting for the rain, waiting for the roots, waiting for the next turning of the long, slow wheel of time. The land did not forget, even as the rains returned, and the grass slowly, patiently knitted its roots back into the wounded earth. The memory of what had happened lay just beneath the surface, like a scar that ached when the wind blew from a certain direction. The years following the great drought were a time of quiet rebuilding, a collective exhale after a decade of holding breath. The farmers who had stayed, the stubborn ones, the ones who had looked into the black wall of a dust storm and refused to blink, now looked out over fields that were green again, and they felt a complicated emotion that had no easy name. It was relief, certainly, but it was also grief and weariness, and a bone-deep weariness that sleep could not cure. They had survived something immense, and survival had changed them in ways they were still discovering. The spring of 1940 arrived with a gentleness that seemed almost apologetic. The rains fell in their proper season, not too much and not too little, and the wheat grew thick and golden. The shelter belts that the young men of the Civilian Conservation Corps had planted were now respectable stands of trees, their leaves rustling in the breeze, their roots anchoring the soil in place. The contour furrows and terraces that the soil conservationists had preached about were now a familiar part of the landscape, their curving lines tracing the natural shape of the land like the whorls of a fingerprint. The farmers who had adopted these methods found that their yields were not only more reliable, but often better than they had been in the old days of straight-line plowing. The land, it seemed, was willing to cooperate if only it was treated with a measure of respect. But the scar scars of the Dust Bowl were still visible to anyone who cared to look. In the draws and low places, the soil was thinner than it had been, the subsoil exposed in patches that gleamed pale against the darker topsoil. The abandoned farmsteads, their roofs caved in, and their walls bleached gray by the sun, dotted the countryside like the bones of some extinct creature. The roads that had been buried under drifting dust were now cleared, but the ditches alongside them were still filled with the fine, silty remains of what had once been productive fields. The wind, when it blew, still carried a faint taste of grit, a reminder that the land was not yet fully healed, that the balance between stability and chaos was always delicate. The men and women who had lived through the worst of the storms carried their own internal landscapes of loss. They dreamed of the dust in the quiet of the night. When the wind moaned around the corners of the house, they would wake with a start, their hearts pounding, convinced that another black blizzard was bearing down on them. The sound of a distant train could trigger a moment of blind panic, its rumble mistaken for the roar of an approaching wall of dirt. The children who had grown up during the Dust Bowl, the ones who had learned to walk and talk in a world of constant grit, bore the marks of that experience in their lungs, in their memories, in their cautious relationship with the sky. They had learned very young that the world was not safe, that the ground itself could rise up and swallow the light. That knowledge never entirely left them. The Second World War, which broke over the world in the same years that the plains were beginning to recover, brought a new kind of transformation. The demand for wheat surged, and the farmers who had survived the Depression found themselves suddenly prosperous. The tractor, which had been a rare and treasured machine during the 30s, became commonplace. The old horse-drawn equipment was left to rust in the fence rows, replaced by ever larger implements that could cover more ground in less time. The government, which had spent the previous decade teaching farmers to conserve the soil, now urged them to plant fence row to fence row, to feed the hungry world, to support the war effort. The memory of the Dust Bowl was still fresh, but the pressure to produce was immense, and the rains were holding, and the prices were good. Some of the old lessons were set aside, not out of ignorance, but out of a desperate pragmatism. The plains had always been a place of stark choices, yet the conservation ethic, once planted, proved difficult to uproot entirely. The Soil Conservation Service had established local districts across the plains, each run by the farmers themselves, and these districts continued to promote contour plowing, strip cropping, and the maintenance of grass cover on the most vulnerable land. The farmers who had seen their soil blow away were not eager to repeat the experience. They took the government's wartime production goals and applied them with a new caution, planting more acres, but keeping the shelter belts, leaving the steepest slopes in grass, watching the weather with an alertness that bordered on obsession. The result was a landscape that was more productive than it had been before the Dust Bowl, but also more resilient. It was a compromise, imperfect, and always evolving, between the demands of the human economy and the limits of the natural world. The migrants who had fled the plains during the 30s had, by the 1940s, largely settled into their new lives. The war economy had absorbed them into factories and shipyards, into the vast military machine that was mobilizing on the West Coast. The desperate Okies who had arrived in California with nothing but a mattress and a cooking pot now found steady work, good wages, a chance to rebuild. Their children went to schools that were not choked with dust, played in yards that had grass, breathed air that did not taste of dirt. They did not forget where they had come from. The flat accents of the southern plains still colored their speech, and the old songs still surfaced at family gatherings. But the Dust Bowl became, for them, a story of the past, a chapter that was closed. They were Californians now, or Oregonians, or Washingtonians. The plains were a distant memory, a place of hardship that they had escaped. The ones who stayed on the plains watched their neighbors leave, one by one, and felt the emptiness settle over the land. The small towns that had boomed in the 1920s continued their slow decline. The picture shows closed. The hotels stood empty. The railroad depots fell into disrepair. The population of some counties dropped by half or more from their pre-Dust Bowl peaks. The land was being farmed, and farmed well, but by fewer and fewer people. The tractors and the combines did the work that had once required dozens of hands, and the hands that remained were those of the owners and their families, or a few hired men who moved from farm to farm. The social fabric of the plains, which had been woven from the daily interactions of neighbors, the one-room schools, the church socials, the barn raisings, began to fray. It did not tear. The people who remained were bound together by a shared history that was stronger than any mere proximity. But it thinned, stretched, became something quieter and more solitary. The drought of the 1950s came as a test of everything that had been learned. The rains failed again, not for a decade this time, but for several consecutive years. And the winds began to stir the dust on the fields that had been left bare. The sky took on that familiar bronze tint, and the old-timers felt their stomachs clench. But this time, the land did not blow away. The shelter belts broke the wind before it could gather its full force. The contour furrows held the rainwater from the occasional downpours, allowing it to soak into the ground rather than run off in erosive sheets. The fields that had been retired to grass stayed in place, their roots holding fast. There were dust storms in the 1950s, some of them severe, but they were localized and contained, a shadow of the black blizzards of the 30s. The conservation practices had worked. The lesson had been learned, or at least learned well enough prevent a repeat of the catastrophe. The voices of the Dust Bowl generation began to fade as the decades passed. The men and women who had lived through the storms grew old, and their memories softened and blurred. They told their stories to their grandchildren, who listened with a mixture of curiosity and disbelief. The grandchildren had grown up in a world of air-conditioned tractors and television weather forecasts, a world where the land was something to be managed with chemicals and irrigation pumps. The idea that the very soil could rise into the air and bury the sun seemed like a tale from another planet. Yet the stories persisted, passed down through families, recorded in local histories, preserved in the stark photographs that hung on the walls of museums and libraries. The Dust Bowl became a part of the American myth, a cautionary tale that was invoked whenever the topic of environmental degradation arose. The land itself continued its slow, patient work of healing. The native grasses, the buffalo grass and blue grama and little bluestem, reclaimed some of the ground that had been abandoned. The wildlife returned: the pronghorn antelope, the coyote, the burrowing owl, the prairie chicken, the playa lakes, those shallow depressions that dotted the plains, filled with water after the rains, and became resting stops for migrating waterfowl. The plains were never again the unbroken sea of grass that they had been before the plow arrived, but they found a new equilibrium, a working landscape that could sustain both human agriculture and a diminished but still vibrant ecosystem. The wind still blew, constant and untiring, but it blew over a land that was, for the most part, anchored and stable. The legacy of the Dust Bowl was written not only in the soil, but in the institutions that had been created to address it. The Soil Conservation Service, now the Natural Resources Conservation Service, continued its work into the 21st century, advising farmers on how to protect their land. The Agricultural Extension Services, the research stations, the land-grant universities, all of them traced a part of their mission back to the crisis of the 1930s. The Dust Bowl had forced a reckoning with the limits of the land, and that reckoning had produced a body of knowledge and a set of practices that shaped American agriculture for generations. The lesson, stark and unforgettable, was that the soil was not an infinite resource, that it could be exhausted, that it could literally vanish on the wind if it was not cared for with wisdom and restraint. But wisdom and restraint are fragile things, always vulnerable to the pressures of the moment. In the late 20th century and into the 21st, the southern plains faced new challenges. The Ogallala Aquifer, the vast underground reservoir of ancient water that lay beneath the plains, began to decline as farmers pumped it to irrigate their crops. The center pivot irrigation systems, those giant green circles that appeared on the landscape like strange crop markings, allowed corn and other thirsty crops to to be grown in places where the rainfall was insufficient. For a time, the aquifer seemed limitless, a gift from a wetter geological past. But the water level dropped year after year, and some wells went dry, and the cost of pumping from ever deeper depths became prohibitive. The plains were once again confronting the limits of their environment, this time not in the form of blowing dust, but in the silent, invisible retreat of the water beneath their feet. The climate itself began to shift as the global atmosphere warmed and weather patterns grew more erratic. Scientists warned that the southern plains could see more frequent and more intense droughts in the coming decades, that the conditions that had created the Dust Bowl were not a one-time aberration, but a window into a possible future. The memory of the 1930s became newly relevant, not as a historical curiosity, but as a preview of what might come again. The conservation practices that had been adopted after the Dust Bowl were still in place, but they were being tested by new extremes, by heat waves that shattered records, by rainfall that came in torrential bursts between long periods of dryness. The question that hung over the plains was whether the lessons of the past would be enough to carry the land through the challenges of the future. The quiet of the plains at dawn remained unchanged. The sun still rose over the flat horizon in a slow bloom of color, the light spreading across the grasses and the wheat fields with a tender impartiality. The wind still whispered its ancient song, a sound that had been heard by the Kiowa and the Comanche, by the first homesteaders in their sod houses, by the dust-choked farmers of the 30s, and now by the modern caretakers of the land. The meadowlarks still sang from the fence posts, their notes rising and falling in the clear air. The coyotes still called to one another across the distances, their voices a thread of wildness in a domesticated world. The plains slept as they had always slept, under the vast and watchful sky, dreaming their slow dreams of grass and water and time. And the dust, the fine, patient dust that had once traveled so far, settled into the soil and waited. It was not gone, only held in place by the roots and the shelter belts and the careful practices of the farmers. It would always be there, a part of the land, a reminder of what could happen when the balance was broken. The wind would always blow, and the rain would always be uncertain. And the people who lived on the plains would always have to make their peace with those twin realities. The Dust Bowl was not just a historical event. It was a permanent feature of the landscape, written into the very particles that made up the ground. To walk across the southern plains was to walk across a library of past disasters and past recoveries, a record of human error and human resilience, a story that was still being told with every season, every crop, every breath of wind that stirred the dust on a dry spring day. In the end, the Dust Bowl taught a simple lesson that was also the hardest one to learn. The land is not a machine, not a resource, not a backdrop for human ambition. It is a living system, ancient and complex, and only partially understood, and it operates on its own terms. The people of the plains had tried to remake the land in their own image, and for a few brief years they had succeeded, but the land had pushed back, and the result had been a catastrophe that scattered soil and souls alike across half a continent. The recovery had been slow and partial, a testament to the stubbornness of both the land and the people who stayed. And now, in the quiet of the long afternoon, the plains rested. The grass grew, the roots reached downward, the wind blew, but the soil stayed where it was, held by the memory of roots and the promise of rain and the quiet, enduring work of those who had learned to listen to the land. At last, the road west was a ribbon of cracked asphalt and shimmering heat that unspooled across the belly of the continent like a frayed nerve. It began in the dust-choked towns of the Oklahoma Panhandle, in the barren fields of the Texas High Plains, in the abandoned homesteads of southwestern Kansas and southeastern Colorado, and it ran, mile after weary mile, toward the promise of a place called California. The people who traveled it in the middle years of the 1930s did not think of themselves as migrants or refugees. They were farmers mostly, and their wives and children, and they were looking for work, for food, for a patch of ground that would stay put when the wind blew. They loaded their automobiles, those rattling, patched-together machines that were often the only valuable thing they had left, with the contents of their former lives: a mattress, a rocking chair, a sack of flour, a box of canning jars, a baby's blanket. And they pointed their hood ornaments toward the setting sun and drove into the unknown. The journey was a slow, grinding ordeal, measured not in miles, but in the number of times the radiator boiled over, the number of flat tires patched by the side of the road, the number of nights spent sleeping in the open air, because there was no money for a tourist cabin. Route 66 was the main artery, a two-lane road that ran from Chicago to Los Angeles, cutting diagonally across the map like a scar. It passed through the tired towns of the Midwest, through St. Louis and Joplin and Oklahoma City, then stretched across the Texas Panhandle, the high deserts of New Mexico, the mountains of Arizona, and finally the Mojave Desert of California. For the Dust Bowl refugees, the road was both a lifeline and a gauntlet. They were met with suspicion in the towns they passed through. Some communities posted signs at the city limits: no transients. Some gas station owners refused to sell them fuel. Some sheriffs ran them out of town before they could even stop to rest. They were called Okies, a term that began as a simple abbreviation for Oklahoman, but quickly hardened into a slur, a label that carried with it a whole freight of prejudice and fear. cars they drove were often barely roadworthy. A typical Dust Bowl migrant vehicle was a Model T Ford or a Chevrolet sedan. Its back seats removed to make room for cargo. Its springs sagging under the weight of everything a family had salvaged. The tires were bald, and the spare was often a different size entirely. The engine burned oil, and the radiator leaked. And every 100 miles or so, the driver would have to stop to refill the water from a roadside ditch or a friendly farmer's well. The children rode in the back, wedged between mattresses and bed frames, their faces pressed to the windows, watching the flat plains give way to the red earth of Oklahoma, then to the mesas of New Mexico, then to the pine forests of Arizona. For the youngest ones, the journey was an adventure, a strange and exciting break from the monotony of dust and hunger. For the older ones, and for the parents, it was a trial of endurance, a slow-motion flight from a disaster that had no end in sight. The camps where the migrants stopped for the night dotted the route like a chain of temporary villages. Some were nothing more than a clearing by the side of the road, a place where a dozen families had pulled over and built small fires from scavenged wood. Others were slightly more established, with pit toilets and a hand pump for water, run by a farmer who charged a dime for the privilege of parking overnight. The people shared what they had: a pot of beans, a loaf of bread, a story of the dust storm that had finally driven them from their land. There was a camaraderie among them, a sense of shared misfortune that cut across the old divisions of county and state. A man from Boise City might find himself sharing a meal with a family from Dalhart, and they would discover that they had lost the same crop to the same wind, that they had both watched their topsoil rise into the air and disappear over the eastern horizon. The common experience created a bond that was fragile but real, a flicker of warmth in a cold and hostile world. The deserts of New Mexico and Arizona were a particular kind of hell for the travelers. The temperature in the daytime climbed past 100 degrees, and the sun beat down on the metal roofs of the cars until the interiors were like ovens. The water in the radiators boiled away, and the drivers had to pull over and wait, sitting in the thin shade of a mesquite bush, fanning themselves with their hats while the engine cooled. The children grew listless and cranky, their faces flushed with heat, their lips cracked and dry. The mothers rationed the drinking water carefully, giving the smallest sips to the youngest, hiding their own thirst behind tight smiles. At night, the desert turned cold, and the families huddled together under piles of blankets, shivering under a sky that was impossibly deep and impossibly full of stars. The Milky Way arched overhead like a river of frozen light, and the silence was so profound that it seemed to press against the eardrums. For people who had spent years listening to the constant moan of the wind, the silence of the desert was both a relief and a new kind of loneliness. The border between Arizona and California was more than a line on a map. It was a threshold between despair and hope, between the world they had left behind and the world they were trying to reach. The migrants crossed the Colorado River at Needles, a dusty town on the edge of the Mojave Desert, and they looked out at the irrigated fields of the Imperial Valley with a kind of stunned disbelief. There was green here, real green, the deep, vibrant color of growing things. There were orchards of orange and lemon trees, their branches heavy with fruit. There were fields of lettuce and carrots and cotton, stretching in neat rows to the base of the distant mountains. The water that made all this possible flowed in concrete-lined canals, a miracle of engineering that had turned a desert into a garden. To people who had spent years watching their own land turn to powder, the sight of so much water, so much fertility, was almost overwhelming. Some of them wept. Some of them knelt by the irrigation ditches and splashed the cool water on their faces, laughing and crying at the same time. But the welcome that awaited them in California was not the one they had imagined. The state was already struggling with the effects of the Great Depression, and its agricultural system was a patchwork of large corporate farms, small family operations, and a vast, mobile workforce of seasonal laborers. The arrival of hundreds of thousands of destitute migrants from the southern plains put an enormous strain on this system. Wages for farm labor plummeted, driven down by the sheer number of desperate people willing to work for whatever they could get. The migrants found themselves competing not only with each other, but with the existing workforce of Mexican, Filipino, and Japanese laborers, many of whom had been in California for years and had their own established networks and communities. The competition for jobs was fierce, and it bred resentment on all sides. The local residents of the agricultural towns, the merchants, the landowners, the established workers viewed the Okies with a mixture of pity and alarm. They saw the battered cars and the ragged clothes, the sunburned faces and the hollow eyes, and they saw a threat to their own fragile prosperity. The migrants were accused of being disease-ridden, of being a drain on public resources, of bringing with them the same disaster that had befallen their own land. The newspapers ran editorials calling for restrictions on their entry. The police set up roadblocks at the state line, turning back anyone who looked like they might become a public charge. The migrants learned to avoid the main highways, slipping into California on back roads, traveling at night, hiding their true origins whenever they were asked. It was a bitter irony. They had fled a land that had turned against them, only to find themselves unwelcome in the land they had hoped would save them. The squatter camps, where the migrants settled, were scattered throughout the agricultural valleys of California. The largest and most notorious of these was the camp outside Bakersfield, a sprawling shanty town of tents and lean-tos, and broken down automobiles that became known as an Okie capital. The conditions in the camps were primitive. There was no running water, no sanitation, no garbage collection. The families dug shallow pits for their waste, and when the rain came, the pits overflowed, and the camps became quagmires of mud and filth. Disease was rampant: typhoid, dysentery, tuberculosis, the lingering effects of dust pneumonia that had followed them from the plains. The children played in the dirt, their bare feet caked with mud, their bellies swollen from malnutrition. The adults lined up each morning at the labor contractors' offices, hoping to be chosen for a day's work in the fields. The lucky ones got a few hours of picking cotton or cutting grapes, earning just enough to buy a sack of beans and a gallon of kerosene. The unlucky ones went back to their tents and waited, watching their children grow thinner, their hope growing thinner with them. The federal government, under the pressure of public awareness, attempted to address the crisis. The Farm Security Administration, an agency of the New Deal, established a network of clean, well-organized camps for the migrants, with running water, sanitary facilities, and even schools for the children. The camps were a dramatic improvement over the squatter settlements, but there were never enough of them to accommodate all the families who needed shelter. The waiting lists were long, and the rules were strict: no drinking, no fighting, no troublemaking. And some of the migrants chafed at the regimentation, but for those who got in, the camps were a lifeline. The children learned to read and write in the camp schools, sitting at desks that were not covered in dust. The mothers attended classes on nutrition and hygiene, learning to make the most of the meager food they could afford. The fathers worked on the camp maintenance crews, building roads and digging drainage ditches, earning a small wage and a measure of dignity. The experience of the migrants was documented by a remarkable group of photographers and writers who were employed by the Farm Security Administration. Dorothea Lange, a portrait photographer from the East Coast, traveled through the camps and the squatter settlements with her bulky Graflex camera, capturing images that would sear themselves into the national consciousness. Her most famous photograph, known as Migrant Mother, showed a woman named Florence Owens Thompson, a mother of 7, sitting in a lean-to tent with 3 of her children, their faces turned away from the camera. Her own expression, a complex mixture of worry, exhaustion, and a stubborn, almost fierce endurance. The photograph became the defining image of the Dust Bowl migration, appearing in newspapers and magazines across the country, and it helped to galvanize public support for the government's relief efforts. Lange's photographs were not just documentary records. They were works of art, compositions of light and shadow that captured the humanity of people who had been reduced to statistics in the eyes of many. Other photographers followed in Lange's footsteps, Arthur Rothstein, Walker Evans, Russell Lee, they traveled the back roads of the plains and the migrant routes of California. Their cameras recording the faces of the displaced, the landscapes of ruin, the small moments of resilience that survived amid the hardship. Rothstein's photograph of a farmer and his two sons trudging through a dust storm, their backs bent against the wind, became another iconic image of the era. Evans's stark portraits of Alabama sharecroppers, though not directly part of the Dust Bowl narrative, were part of the same broader documentation of rural poverty that the FSA was conducting. The photographs were collected and exhibited, and they created a visual archive of the disaster that no amount of statistics could have conveyed. They showed the dust in the corners of a child's mouth, the patches on a woman's dress, the set of a man's jaw as he looked out over a field that had once been his. They were images of loss, but they were also images of strength. The written word, too, played its part in shaping the story of the Dust Bowl. The journalists who ventured into the plains sent back dispatches that were read in cities far removed from the disaster. A reporter named Ernie Pyle, who would later become famous for his coverage of the Second World War, wrote columns about the people of the plains that were filled with a quiet, understated empathy. He described the taste of the dust, the sound of the wind, the look in the eyes of a farmer who had just buried a child killed by dust pneumonia. He made the distant catastrophe real for readers who had never seen a wheat field, never felt the sting of a sand-laden gale. And then there was the music. The migrants brought their songs with them, the old ballads and fiddle tunes of the southern plains, and they wrote new songs about their experiences. A young man named Woody Guthrie, who had been born in Oklahoma and had lived through the worst of the dust storms, picked up a guitar and began to sing. His songs were simple, raw, and devastatingly direct. He sang about the drought and the dust, about the bankers who had taken the farms, about the long road to California, and the cold welcome that awaited there. His voice was untrained, but it was authentic, and it carried the weight of everything he had seen and felt. Guthrie became a voice for the voiceless, a troubadour of the dispossessed, and his songs, such as So Long, It's Been Good to Know Ya, and Do Re Mi, became anthems of the Dust Bowl migration. He wrote on his guitar the words, "This machine kills fascists," but he might just as well have written, "This machine remembers the dust." The literature of the Dust Bowl found its most powerful expression in John Steinbeck's novel, The Grapes of Wrath, published in 1939. Steinbeck, a Californian by birth, had traveled through the migrant camps and had seen the suffering with his own eyes. He had written a series of articles for the San Francisco News, later collected as The Harvest Gypsies, that laid out the facts of the situation in stark, unsparing prose. But it was in the novel that he gave the story its enduring form. The Grapes of Wrath followed the Joad family, tenant farmers from Oklahoma, as they were pushed off their land by the bank and the drought, and set out on Route 66 for California. The novel was a sensation, a bestseller that won the Pulitzer Prize and was quickly adapted into a film by John Ford. It was also deeply controversial. The agricultural interests in California denounced it as a pack of lies, a piece of socialist propaganda that exaggerated the conditions and slandered the state. Some communities banned the book, but for millions of readers, The Grapes of Wrath was a revelation, a work that gave flesh and voice to the abstraction of the Dust Bowl. The Joad family, with their worn-out truck and their fierce loyalty to one another, became the archetype of the Okie experience, and Rose of Sharon's final act of nursing a starving stranger with her breast milk became one of the most shocking and moving endings in American literature. The cultural legacy of the Dust Bowl extended far beyond the 1930s. The images, the songs, the stories, they became part of the American canon, a permanent reminder of what could happen when human hubris collided with the forces of nature. The Dust Bowl became a metaphor for a certain kind of American tragedy, one rooted in the land itself, in the relationship between people and the environment they inhabited. It was a story of innocence lost, of the simple faith that hard work would always be rewarded, shattered by the realization that the world was not so simple. It was a story of migration and displacement, of the search for a new home when the old one had been destroyed. And it was a story of resilience, of the stubborn human refusal to give up even when the odds were impossibly long. Back on the plains, the land continued its quiet healing. The conservation practices that had been adopted in the wake of the disaster were now deeply embedded in the agricultural culture of the region. The farmers who had stayed had learned their lesson, and they passed that lesson on to their children. The contour plowing, the strip cropping, the shelter belts of trees, these became standard features of the landscape, as natural seeming as the straight line plowing had once been. The Soil Conservation Service, which had been a small and struggling agency before the Dust Bowl, grew into a permanent institution with offices in hundreds of counties. Its technicians walked the fields with the farmers, advising on crop rotations, measuring the slope of the land, designing systems of terraces and grassed waterways. The science of soil conservation, which had been in its infancy in the 1930s, matured rapidly, drawing on the hard-won data of the Dust Bowl years. The result was an agricultural system that was far more resilient than the one that had collapsed so spectacularly. But the healing was never complete. The soil that had blown away was gone forever, carried by the wind to the Atlantic Ocean, or to the Gulf of Mexico, or simply to some far-off field in Indiana or Ohio. it settled as a thin, unfamiliar layer of reddish-brown silt. The new soil that was forming from the weathered rock beneath the surface was a slow geological process. A few inches every 1,000 years, the plains would never again have the deep, rich topsoil that had greeted the first homesteaders. The farmers of the post-Dust Bowl era were working with a diminished resource, and they knew it. They compensated with fertilizers, with new crop varieties bred to tolerate drier conditions, with irrigation pumps that drew water from the Ogallala Aquifer. For a time, these technological fixes seemed to solve the problem. Yields rose, and the plains became one of the most productive agricultural regions in the world. But the underlying vulnerability remained, hidden beneath the green circles of the center pivot irrigators, waiting for the next long drought. The Ogallala Aquifer, that immense underground sea of fossil water that stretched from South Dakota to Texas, was a resource that had been accumulating for millions of years. It was the gift of a wetter geological epoch, when the rivers that drained the eastern slopes of the Rocky Mountains spread out across the plains and soaked into the porous sands and gravels below. The water was incredibly pure, and it was abundant, so abundant that the early irrigators assumed it was inexhaustible. They drilled wells by the thousands, and the pumps drew up the cool, clear water and spread it across the thirsty fields. Corn, which had been a marginal crop on the semi-arid plains, became a staple, and the cattle feedlots that clustered around the irrigation districts turned the region into a powerhouse of beef production. The economy of the plains boomed, and the population stabilized, and the memory of the Dust Bowl faded into the background. But the aquifer was not inexhaustible. The rate of withdrawal far exceeded the rate of natural recharge, and the water table began to fall, slowly at first, then with an accelerating pace. In some areas, the drop was measured in feet per year. Wells that had once flowed freely had to be deepened, and then deepened again, and eventually they began to suck air. The cost of pumping increased, and the energy required to lift the water from ever greater depths cut into the profits of the farmers. The problem was not uniform across the region. Some parts of the aquifer, particularly in Nebraska, were still relatively healthy, while others, in the Texas Panhandle and southwestern Kansas, were in steep decline. But the trend was clear, and it pointed toward a future in which the water that had made the modern plains possible would no longer be available in the quantities that the current system demanded. The climate, too, was shifting. The global atmosphere was warming, driven by the burning of fossil fuels and the accumulation of greenhouse gases. And the southern plains were one of the regions expected to experience some of the most severe effects. The computer models that scientists used to project future climate scenarios were not perfect, but they consistently showed a trend toward higher average temperatures more frequent and intense heat waves, and a greater variability in precipitation. Some of the models suggested that the plains could see a return of conditions similar to those of the 1930s, not as a rare, once-in-a-century event, but as a new normal. The combination of depleted groundwater, higher temperatures, and erratic rainfall had the potential to create a crisis that would make the Dust Bowl look like a dress rehearsal. The people who lived on the plains in the early 21st century were aware of these challenges, though they did not always agree on how to address them. The farmers and ranchers who worked the land were practical people, focused on the immediate demands of the season, the price of corn, the moisture in the soil. They were not blind to the long-term trends, but the long-term was an abstraction, and the mortgage payment was not. Some of them adopted new technologies, precision agriculture systems that used GPS and sensors to apply water and fertilizer with exacting efficiency. Some of them experimented with drought-tolerant crops, with no-till farming methods that left the residue of the previous year's crop on the surface to protect the soil from wind and evaporation. Some of them took marginal land out of production and enrolled it in conservation reserve programs, returning it to the native grasses that had held the soil in place for millennia. These were the descendants of the people who had stayed, and they carried in their blood the memory of what their grandparents had endured. The towns of the plains continued their slow, inexorable decline. The depopulation that had begun during the Dust Bowl had never really stopped, only slowed. The small communities that had once been the heart of the region, the county seats with their courthouse squares, the farm towns with their grain elevators, and their main streets were shrinking, their populations aging, their young people leaving for the cities as soon as they graduated from high school. The schools consolidated, and then consolidated again, and the children rode buses for an hour or more to reach a classroom that served 3 or 4 counties. The hospitals closed, replaced by regional medical centers that were a 2-hour drive away. The churches, whose steeples had once pointed toward a future of growth and prosperity, now struggled to fill the pews on Sunday morning. The streets were quiet, the storefronts boarded up, the old movie theaters dark and empty. It was a slow, quiet decay, not as dramatic as the dust storms of the 30s, but just as relentless, and it was reshaping the human geography of the plains, as surely as the wind had reshaped the physical one. Yet there was a beauty in the emptiness, a stark, haunting beauty that drew a certain kind of soul. The vast skies, the endless horizons, the silence that was broken only by the wind. These things were a balm to people who had grown weary of the noise and clutter of modern life. The plains had a way of stripping away the non-essential, of reducing existence to its simplest elements. The land did not flatter or comfort. It simply was, immense and indifferent, and to live in its presence was to be reminded every day of the true scale of things. The people who chose to stay, or who moved to the plains from more crowded places, often spoke of the feeling of freedom that came from standing on a rise and seeing nothing but grass and sky in every direction. It was a freedom that the first homesteaders had felt, a freedom that the buffalo hunters and the cattle drovers had felt, a freedom that was woven into the very fabric of the region. The wildlife, too, was returning. The bison, which had been hunted to near extinction in the 19th century, were making a slow comeback, grazing on the tallgrass preserves and the national grasslands that had been established on the submarginal land. The pronghorn antelope, the swiftest animal in North America, could be seen bounding across the shortgrass prairie, their white rumps flashing in the sun. The prairie dogs, those social, chattering rodents that had once covered the plains in vast underground cities, were recolonizing their old territories, their burrows providing homes for burrowing owls and rattlesnakes. The sandhill cranes and the whooping cranes, those ancient, majestic birds, stopped on their migrations at the Playa Lakes and the river bottoms, their calls echoing across the water like the voices of a forgotten world. The plains were not a wilderness. Too much of the land was still under cultivation for that. But they were a landscape in recovery, a place where the wild and the domestic existed in an uneasy but enduring truce. The wind still blew, of course. It always had, and it always would. It was the defining feature of the plains, the constant presence that shaped everything else. It blew from the north in the winter, bringing the bitter cold of the Canadian Arctic, the dry snow that squeaked underfoot, and the hard, crystalline blue of the sky. It blew from the south in the summer, carrying the heat of the Gulf of Mexico, the moist, heavy air that could build into thunderstorms of astonishing violence. It blew from the west in the autumn, a dry, gusty wind that rustled the drying corn stalks and sent tumbleweeds bouncing across the roads. And on certain days in the spring, when the soil was bare and the air was dry, it still picked up the dust and carried it in low, snaking streamers across the fields. The dust was not the black blizzard of the 30s, not the mile-high wall of suffocating darkness, but a smaller, gentler thing, a reminder rather than a threat. The old-timers, the ones who had been children during the Dust Bowl and were now in their 90s, would watch those streamers with a distant look in their eyes, and they would remember. The memory of the Dust Bowl was kept alive in the local museums, the historical societies, the family stories that were passed down through the generations. In the town of Dalhart, Texas, there was a museum dedicated to the Dust Bowl, its exhibits filled with photographs, rusted farm tools, and the first-hand accounts of survivors. In the panhandle of Oklahoma, the old sod houses, the ones that had been built by the first homesteaders and had sheltered their families through the storms were preserved as monuments, their earthen walls still standing after a century of wind and weather. In the libraries of the land-grant universities, the archives held the papers of the soil scientists and the agricultural extension agents, the records of the great conservation campaign that had saved the plains from total destruction. The story was there for anyone who cared to look, embedded in the landscape and in the institutions and in the collective memory of the region. And what did that story teach? It taught that the land was not a passive backdrop for human activity, but an active participant with its own needs and its own limits. It taught that the relationship between people and their environment was a delicate balance, easily upset and painfully difficult to restore. It taught that the virtues of hard work and determination, admirable as they were not enough to guarantee survival in the face of forces that dwarfed the individual. It taught humility, and it taught caution, and it taught a deep, abiding respect for the power of the natural world. These were old lessons, as old as human civilization itself, but they were lessons that each generation had to learn anew, often at great cost. The Dust Bowl had been one of those costly lessons, and its echoes were still reverberating through the decades. The night came to the plains, as it always had, a slow, purple deepening of the sky, the first stars appearing like scattered grains of light on a vast, dark cloth. The wind, which had been a steady presence all day, softened to a whisper, and the land settled into its long, nocturnal stillness. The wheat fields, their heads heavy with grain, rustled faintly in the breeze, a sound like the gentle breathing of a sleeping creature. The shelter belts, those dark lines of trees that the young men of the CCC had planted so many years ago, stood silent against the fading glow of the west, their branches interlaced like the fingers of old friends. A coyote called somewhere far off, and its voice was answered by another, and then another, a chorus of wildness that rose and fell and faded into the immense quiet. The houses, scattered across the countryside, with their lit windows glowing yellow in the dark, were islands of warmth in a sea of grass. Inside those houses, the people slept, their breathing slow and deep, their dreams filled with the images of the day, the green of the crops, the blue of the sky, the faces of the ones they loved. They were the keepers of the land now, the inheritors of a story that stretched back to the breaking of the sod, and forward to a future that was still unwritten. The plains slept, and the dust slept with them, held fast by the roots and the grasses and the careful work of generations. But it was a light sleep, and the dust would always be there, a patient and eternal presence, waiting for the moment when the balance would shift again. The wind would blow, and the rain would fall, or not fall, and the people would make their choices, wise or foolish, and the land would respond as it always did, with an impartiality that was both terrifying and sublime. The Dust Bowl was not an ending, not a closed chapter in a history book. It was a living part of the landscape, a permanent element in the equation of life on the plains. To walk across that landscape was to walk across a memory, a scar, a warning, and a promise. It was to feel the weight of the past and the pull of the future, and to understand, in some small, quiet way, the long, slow rhythm of the earth in the small hours of the morning, when the world was at its darkest and the stars were at their brightest. A change could be felt in the air. It was not a change that could be measured by any instrument, not a shift in temperature or pressure or humidity. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible thing, a sense of something stirring, something waiting. The land seemed to hold its breath, the grasses still, the birds silent in their nests. And then, very faintly, from the direction of the eastern horizon, a pale gray light began to seep into the sky. It was the first hint of dawn, the slow return of the sun to the sleeping plains. The light grew, and the stars faded, and the horizon sharpened into a clean, flat line that separated the earth from the sky. The wind stirred, a gentle puff that rustled the grass and carried the cool, clean scent of the new day. A meadowlark, perched on a fence post, lifted its head and sang, its notes spilling out across the quiet world. The song was answered by another, and another, until the whole prairie was alive with music. The sun, still below the horizon, sent up a fan of pink and gold that spread across the sky like a slow-motion fire. And then the first edge of the sun itself appeared, a sliver of brilliant orange that swelled and rose until the full disk was above the horizon, flooding the plains with light. The land was awake. The long night was over. And the story, the old, old story of the grass and the wind, and the people who tried to make a home between them, went on. The morning light that crept across the plains on an ordinary day in the years, after the great drought carried with it a quality of forgiveness. It was a soft light, a light that seemed to understand the wounds that lay beneath it, and it touched the land with a gentleness that the midday sun would later burn away. In the early hours, before the heat began to build, the plains revealed their quiet beauty, the silver sheen of dew on the buffalo grass, the long shadows of the windmills stretching across the fields, the distant, rolling call of a mourning dove, the people who rose in that light, the farmers and their wives, the shopkeepers and the schoolteachers, the children who would soon be walking along dusty roads to the consolidated school, moved through their morning routines with a familiarity that had been earned over decades of repetition. They fed the chickens, brewed the coffee, checked the sky for any sign of change. The sky was always the first thing checked, because the sky was the source of everything, the rain that made the crops grow, the wind that could still, on a dry spring day, stir the soil into the air, the the sun that could parch the earth, or, in its gentler moods, warm the soil enough to germinate the seeds. The habit of watching the sky was one of the deep legacies of the Dust Bowl, a habit that had been passed from the survivors to their children and their children's children, a vigilance that was as natural as breathing. The landscape that those morning eyes beheld was a patchwork of green and gold and brown, a quilt stitched together by the labor of generations. The wheat fields, which in the 1930s had been stripped bare to the subsoil, now grew in neat, contoured rows that followed the gentle undulations of the land. The corn, a crop that had once been a rarity on the dry plains, stood in tall, regimented blocks wherever the irrigation pivots reached, its leaves rustling with a papery sound in the breeze. The pastures, those sections of land that had been retired from cultivation and planted back to native grasses, supported small herds of cattle, their coats gleaming in the early light. The shelter belts, those long lines of trees that had been planted by the thousands during the New Deal, had matured into dark green walls of cedar and cottonwood and Russian olive, their branches alive with the chirping of sparrows and the occasional screech of a red-tailed hawk. These shelter belts were more than just windbreaks. They were corridors of life, ribbons of habitat that connected the fragments of the old prairie and provided refuge for creatures that had been pushed to the margins. The towns, though diminished from their boom-time peaks, still held a stubborn vitality. The grain elevators, those towering concrete sentinels that stood beside the railroad tracks, were the economic heart of each community, receiving the harvests of wheat and milo and corn, storing them until the market prices were right, then loading them onto the trains that rumbled east and west and south. The main streets, with their brick storefronts and their angled parking spaces, had a quiet, sleepy charm. The cafe opened early, its windows fogged with steam from the coffee machine, and inside, the old men gathered at the counter, their caps pushed back on their heads, their conversation a slow, meandering river of weather talk and crop reports and memories. The post office, with its brass-lettered boxes and its scent of old paper, was a place where news was exchanged, where letters from distant relatives were received, where the fabric of the community was woven one thread at a time. The school, often the largest building in town after the grain elevator, was the center of social life, hosting basketball games on winter nights and graduation ceremonies in the spring, its halls lined with photographs of past classes, faces from the 1940s and 1950s and 1960s that still looked out with the same hopeful expressions, the same prairie squint against the sun. The people who inhabited these towns were the descendants of the ones who had stayed. They carried names that could be found on the faded homestead records from the early 20th century: German names, Czech names, Scots-Irish names, names names that had been carried across the Atlantic and planted in the prairie soil. They were a reserved people, not given to grand displays of emotion, but their reserve concealed a deep well of loyalty and kindness. When a neighbor fell ill, the community rallied. Meals were delivered, chores were done, the children were looked after. When a fire swept through a farmstead, the neighbors came with their trucks and their water tanks and their strong backs, and they rebuilt what had been lost. The harshness of the land had forged a particular kind of character, a character that valued self-reliance, but also understood at a bone-deep level that no one survived the plains alone. The memory of the Dust Bowl was woven through the daily life of these communities, not as a constant topic of conversation, but as an underlying presence, a shared reference point that everyone understood. The older residents, those who had been children during the black blizzards, still spoke of those years with a kind of hushed reverence, as if the events were too immense to be captured in ordinary language. They remembered the taste of the dust, a gritty, metallic taste that lingered in the mouth, no matter how much water one drank. They remembered the darkness at midday, a darkness so complete that they could not see their own hands in front of their faces, and the terror of being separated from their parents in the swirling chaos. They remembered the long, hungry winters when the wheat had failed and the government had provided the only food, sacks of flour and powdered milk and tins of meat that arrived with the stamp of the relief agency. They remembered the day the rain returned, not as a single dramatic event, but as a slow dawning realization that the sky was weeping and the ground was drinking, and the world was not, after all, going to end. These memories were recorded in the local museums, in the oral history projects that the universities conducted, in the homemade booklets that were sold at the county fairs. The photographs, those stark black and white images of dust-drifted fences and abandoned farmhouses and families staring into the camera with hollow eyes, were displayed on the walls of the community centers, a permanent reminder of what had been endured. The children of the plains, the great-grandchildren of the Dust Bowl survivors, were taught the story in school as part of the state history curriculum. They learned about the homesteaders and the breaking of the sod, about the wet years and the wheat boom, about the drought and the dust storms and the exodus to California. They learned about the conservation practices that had saved the land, the contour plowing and the shelter belts and the grass receding. The story was presented as a cautionary tale, a lesson in the dangers of hubris and the importance of living in harmony with the natural world. But it was also a story of resilience, of the stubborn determination of the people who had refused to give up. And the children absorbed it with a mixture of pride and a vague, unformed anxiety about the future. The future was a subject that weighed on the minds of the Plains people, though they did not always speak of it openly. The trends were clear, and they were not encouraging. The population of the region continued to decline. The young people leaving for the cities as soon as they finished school, drawn by the promise of jobs and excitement, and a world that was not defined by the horizon. The farms grew larger and fewer, consolidated into vast operations that were run by a single family, or increasingly, by absentee investors who managed the land from a distance. The main streets grew quieter, the stores closing one by one, replaced by the big box retailers in the regional hubs that were an hour or more away. The schools shrank, the classes dwindling to a handful of students, and the talk of consolidation was always in the air, a threat that hung over the community like a storm cloud. The churches, too, were struggling, their congregations aging and their young families moving away. And the sound of the Sunday hymns was thinner and more fragile than it had been. And then there was the water. The Ogallala Aquifer, that ancient, invisible ocean that lay beneath the surface of the high plains, was declining. The farmers knew it, because they measured the depth of their wells every year, and they saw the numbers drop, foot by foot, with a steadiness that was unnerving. The center pivot irrigation systems, those giant metal arms that marched in slow circles across the fields, were still pumping, but the cost of the electricity, or the diesel fuel required to lift the water from ever greater depths, was cutting into the already thin margins of farming. Some farmers had switched to dryland crops, wheat and milo, and cotton that could survive on the scant rainfall alone. But the yields were lower, and the risk was higher. Others had invested in new technologies, soil moisture sensors, and variable rate irrigation systems that applied water only where it was needed. But the technology was expensive, and the aquifer continued to drop. The scientists from the universities came to the meetings of the groundwater management districts, and they presented their charts and their projections. And the farmers listened with grim faces, their arms crossed over their chests. The projections showed that, at current rates of extraction, much of the aquifer would be effectively depleted within a few decades, that the irrigation economy that had sustained the region since the 1950s would come to an end, and that the plains would have to adapt once again to a drier reality. The climate added another layer of uncertainty. The winters were warmer on average than they had been in the past, and the snowpack in the Rocky Mountains, which fed the rivers that crossed the plains, was shrinking. The springs came earlier, the summers were hotter, the droughts more frequent and more intense. The wind, that eternal presence, seemed to blow with a new ferocity on certain days, stirring up dust from the fields that had been left bare after the harvest. The dust was not the black blizzard of the 1930s, not yet, but it was a reminder, a warning, a glimpse of what could happen if the conditions aligned. The old-timers, the ones who remembered the real storms, watched the horizon with a knowing look, and they shook their heads slowly, and they said that the land was trying to tell them something, that the lesson of the Dust Bowl had not been fully learned, but the Plains people were not despairing. They were a practical people, and they faced their challenges with the same quiet determination that their ancestors had shown. They experimented with new crops, drought-tolerant varieties of sorghum and triticale and sunflowers. They adopted no-till farming methods, leaving the stubble of the previous year's crop on the surface to protect the soil from wind and water erosion, to hold the moisture in the ground, to build up the organic matter that had been lost in the decades of intensive cultivation. They planted cover crops, radishes and clover and rye, that grew in the off-season and then were rolled down or crimped to create a protective mat over the soil. They fenced off the most erodible land, the steep slopes and the sandy knolls, and they enrolled it in the Conservation Reserve Program, receiving a government payment in exchange for letting the grass grow back. The landscape was slowly, incrementally, being transformed once again, this time not by the blind force of the market, but by a more careful, more deliberate effort to work with the land rather than against it. The towns, too, were finding ways to adapt. Some of them had reinvented themselves as destinations for tourists, offering the experience of the wide-open plains to people from the crowded cities. The old movie theaters were restored, their marquees once again lit with neon, and they showed classic films to audiences who came for the nostalgia and the charm. The abandoned storefronts were turned into art galleries, displaying the paintings and sculptures of local artists who drew their inspiration from the landscape. The bed and breakfasts, housed in the old Victorian homes that the wheat boom had built, offered a quiet, comfortable retreat for travelers who wanted to experience the silence and the stars. The hunting lodges drew sportsmen from across the country who came to hunt pheasant and quail and white-tailed deer in the shelter belts and the CRP fields, their dollars providing a much-needed infusion to the local economy. The wind farms, those vast arrays of white turbines that marched across the ridgelines, generated not only electricity, but also lease payments to the landowners and tax revenue to the counties, a new kind of harvest that was reaped from the ceaseless wind. The people who stayed, the ones who were committed to the plains for the long haul, were a diverse and resilient group. There were the descendants of the original homesteaders, of course, the families who had been on the land for 5 or 6 or 7 generations, their roots sunk as deep as the roots of the buffalo grass. There were the newcomers, the people who had moved to the plains from the cities or the coasts, drawn by the affordable land and the slower pace of life, and the sense of space that was so rare in the modern world. Some of them were young families, looking for a safe place to raise their children, a place place where the schools were small and the community was tight-knit. Some of them were retirees, seeking a quiet place to spend their later years, a place where they could watch the sunsets and listen to the meadowlarks. Some of them were artists or writers or seekers of solitude who found in the vast, empty landscape a kind of inspiration that the crowded world could not provide. They brought new ideas and new energy, and they added their own threads to the fabric of the community. The schools, despite the challenges of declining enrollment, remained a vital force. The teachers, many of them products of the plains themselves, were dedicated to their students, and they worked hard to provide a rich and varied education. The one-room schoolhouses, those relics of the homestead era, were mostly gone now, replaced by the consolidated schools that served large rural districts. But the spirit of those old schools lived on. The children were taught not only the standard subjects, but also the specific knowledge that life on the plains required. How to identify the different kinds of wheat, how to judge the moisture in the soil, how to read the weather from the shape of the clouds. They participated in 4-H and FFA, raising livestock and showing them at the county fair, learning the skills of agriculture and the values of responsibility and hard work. They played basketball and football on Friday nights, the entire community turning out to cheer them on, the gymnasiums and the stadiums filling with the sound of stomping feet and the school fight song. And when they graduated, many of them went away to colleges and universities in the larger towns and cities, to jobs in Denver or Kansas City or Dallas. Some of them came back, eventually, drawn by the pull of home, the ties of family and land. Others did not, but they carried the plains with them, a part of their identity that would never fade. The churches, too, continued their quiet work. On Sunday mornings, the bells rang out across the empty streets, calling the faithful to worship. The congregations were small, the buildings often larger than the number of worshipers required, but the services were filled with a deep, abiding faith. The hymns, those old, familiar songs that had been sung on the plains for a century or more, rose up to the rafters with a simple, unadorned beauty. The preachers, many of them part-time farmers themselves, delivered sermons that spoke to the realities of life on the land, the cycles of planting and harvest, the trials of drought and the blessings of rain. They spoke of stewardship, of the responsibility to care for the earth that God had given. And their words resonated with a congregation that understood, from lived experience, the meaning of those words. The churches were not just places of worship. They were places of community, of potluck dinners and wedding receptions and funeral gatherings, of the small, essential rituals that marked the passage of time and the bonds of shared life. The seasons turned, as they always had, with a rhythm that was older than human memory. The winter brought the cold, dry winds from the north, the snow that fell in fine, powdery flakes and drifted against the fences and the shelter belts. The prairie in winter was a study in brown and white and pale blue, a minimalist landscape that had its own stark beauty. The cattle grew shaggy coats, their breath steaming in the frosty air, and the farmers hauled hay to the feeding grounds, their tractors moving slowly across the frozen fields. The nights were long and bitterly cold, the stars blazing with a fierce, crystalline clarity, and the houses were warm islands of light in the vast darkness. The families gathered around the wood stoves and the televisions, playing board games and telling stories, the wind a distant moan outside the windows. The spring came as a slow, tentative thaw. The snow melted, the creeks ran with muddy water, and the first green shoots of the winter wheat pushed up through the brown soil. The farmers were busy, preparing their equipment, planting the corn and the sorghum and the sunflowers, watching the sky with a familiar anxiety. The meadowlarks returned, their songs filling the air with a sweet, liquid music, and the prairie dogs emerged from their burrows, chattering and playing in the warming sun. The wind, which had been a bitter enemy in the winter, softened and warmed, and on certain days it carried the scent of wet earth and growing things, a perfume that was intoxicating after the long months of cold. The summer was a time of heat and growth, and the constant, nagging worry about moisture. The sun blazed down from a sky that was often cloudless, and the temperature climbed past 100 degrees. The air shimmering above the fields like the air over a furnace. The wheat ripened, turning from green to gold, and the combines rolled across the fields in a cloud of dust and chaff, the grain pouring into the trucks in a golden stream. The harvest was the culmination of the year's work, the moment when the gamble of planting and praying and waiting finally paid off. And it was a time of intense activity, the machines running from dawn until late into the night, their lights cutting through the darkness. The families worked together, the children driving the grain carts, the wives running the meals out to the fields, the men operating the combines and the trucks, a choreography of labor that had been refined over generations. The autumn was a time of winding down, of preparation for the winter to come. The fields were plowed, or increasingly left untilled, the stubble protecting the soil from the wind. The cattle were rounded up and brought closer to the home place. The calves weaned and sold at the auction barn. The days grew shorter, the light turning golden and slanted, and the sunsets, those famous prairie sunsets, painted the western sky in shades of orange and pink and deep, velvety purple. The nights were cool, the first frosts arriving in late September or early October, and the leaves of the cottonwoods and the Russian olives turned yellow and then fell, leaving the shelter belts bare and skeletal against the sky. The geese flew south in great, honking formations, their V-shaped silhouettes a sign that the long, quiet season was at hand. And through it all, the wind blew. It was the constant, the thread that connected every season, every year, every generation. It was the breath of the plains, the voice of the land itself. It could be gentle, a soft caress that rustled the grass and cooled the skin on a hot summer day. It could be fierce, a roaring gale that bent the trees and drove the dust and the snow before it. It could be steady, a persistent, nagging presence that wore down the spirits of those who were not accustomed to it. But to the people who lived on the plains, the wind was simply a fact of life, as natural and as necessary as the air they breathed. They did not fight it, they accommodated it. They built their houses facing away from the prevailing direction. They planted their shelter belts to break its force. They designed their farming practices to keep the soil in place when it blew. They learned to live with the wind, and in doing so, they learned something about themselves. The long, slow decline of the small towns continued, but it was not a uniform story. Some communities, those that were located near the major highways, or that had managed to attract a new industry, held their own or even grew. A meatpacking plant, a wind turbine factory, a distribution center for a national retailer. These could bring hundreds of jobs and a surge of new residents, changing the character of a town overnight. The new residents were often immigrants from Mexico and Central America and Southeast Asia and Africa, drawn by the same promise of work and opportunity that had drawn the original homesteaders. They brought their own languages and customs and foods, and they added a new layer to the cultural fabric of the plains. The old Anglo and European families, whose roots went back to the 19th century, found themselves living next door to Somali or Guatemalan or Vietnamese families, and the process of adjustment was not always smooth. There were tensions, misunderstandings, the inevitable friction of different worlds colliding. But there was also a slow, gradual blending, a recognition that the new arrivals were, in many ways, the same as the old ones, people who wanted a safe place to raise their children, a chance to work and earn a living, a community where they could belong. The schools became the front line of this cultural encounter. The teachers learned to communicate with children who spoke a dozen different languages, to respect the customs of families who came from vastly different backgrounds. The lunch menus expanded to include tortillas and rice and curry alongside the traditional hot dogs and hamburgers. The holiday celebrations incorporated the music and the dances of many cultures. The children, as children do, adapted quickly, making friends across the old divides. Their playground games a microcosm of a changing America. The older residents watched with a mixture of bemusement and, in some cases, resentment. But the practical necessity of getting along in a small town where everyone depended on everyone else slowly wore down the barriers. The plains had always been a place of reinvention, a place where people came to start over, and the newest arrivals were simply the latest chapter in that long story. The land itself was being reinvented in small, incremental ways. The conservation movement, which had been born in the crisis of the Dust Bowl, had evolved into a broad and sophisticated effort to understand and protect the ecological health of the plains. The scientists at the universities and the research stations were studying the soil microbiome, the complex community of bacteria and fungi and protozoa that lived in the root zones of the plants and played a crucial role in nutrient cycling and water retention. They were discovering that the soil was not just a physical medium, but a living ecosystem, a web of relationships that was as intricate and as vulnerable as a coral reef or a rainforest. They were developing new methods of farming that sought to enhance this biological activity, reducing the reliance on chemical fertilizers and pesticides, building the organic matter that had been lost, restoring the natural fertility of the land. The ranchers, too, were adopting new approaches. The old model of continuous grazing, in which cattle were left on the same pasture for months at a time, had been shown to degrade the grass and compact the soil. The new model, called rotational, or managed grazing, involved moving the herd frequently, mimicking the way the bison had moved across the prairie in the ancient past. The cattle grazed an area intensely for a short period, then were moved on, giving the grass time to recover and regrow, its roots reaching deep into the soil. The results were striking: healthier pastures, more diverse plant communities, better water infiltration, and even a measurable increase in the amount of carbon stored in the soil. The ranchers who adopted these methods spoke of them with a kind of evangelistic fervor, and their neighbors, skeptical at first, began to take notice. The wildlife responded to these changes. The populations of grassland birds, which had been in steep decline for decades, began to stabilize and, in some areas, to increase. The lesser prairie chicken, a species that had been reduced to a fraction of its former range, was the subject of an intensive conservation effort. Its mating grounds, called leks, protected from development and disturbance. The black-footed ferret, a predator that had been declared extinct in the wild, was reintroduced to the shortgrass prairie, its survival dependent on the presence of prairie dogs, its primary prey. The bison, the iconic animal of the plains, continued its slow comeback, its herds grazing on the national grasslands, and the private ranches that had turned to bison as an alternative to cattle. The sight of a bison herd on the move, their dark, shaggy shapes flowing across the grass like a river of muscle and horn, was a glimpse of a world that had almost vanished, a reminder of the deep, aboriginal connection between the land and the creatures that had shaped it. The people of the plains old and new, were the stewards of this recovery, whether they thought of themselves in those terms or not. Their daily decisions, made in the cab of a tractor or the office of a county extension agent, had consequences that rippled across the landscape and into the future. They were aware of the weight of that responsibility, some of them, and they carried it with a quiet seriousness. The memory of the Dust Bowl was a constant presence, a reminder of what happened when those decisions were made badly. But the future was not predetermined, and the choices that were being made in the present were shaping a landscape that would be inherited by the generations yet to come. The night came again, as it always did, and the plains settled into their ancient, nocturnal rhythms. The lights of the farmhouses and the small towns glittered like earthbound stars, scattered across the vast darkness of the continent. The wind, which had blown all day, softened to a gentle breath, and the grasses swayed with a whispering sound that seemed to be the land's own quiet breathing. The stars, undimmed by the lights of any city, blazed in their multitudes. The Milky Way, a river of frozen light that spanned the sky from horizon to horizon. The coyotes sang their wild, yipping songs, and the owls called from the shelter belts, and the insects chirped in the grass. The land was alive, and it was at peace, a peace that had been hard-won, a peace that was always provisional, always dependent on the delicate balance between the human and the natural worlds. In the small hours, when the world was at its darkest, the memory of the dust stirred, a faint, almost imperceptible presence in the deep soil. It was not a threat, not a warning, just a memory, a trace of the time when the land had risen into the air and the sun had been blotted out, and the people had wondered if the end of the world had come. That time was gone, but it was not forgotten, and it would never be forgotten as long as the wind blew and the grass grew and the people watched the sky. The Dust Bowl was a part of the plains, a permanent element in the landscape, a scar that had healed but still ached when the wind was from the south and the air was dry and the fine, silty particles began to stir. It was a story that was still being told, a lesson that was still being learned, a presence that was as real as the ground beneath the feet and the sky overhead. And the plains slept as they had slept for 1,000,000 years, under the watchful gaze of the stars, waiting for the dawn and the next chapter of the long, slow, beautiful, and terrifying story of the land, and the people who had tried to make a home upon it. The silence that followed the last note of the coyote's song was not an absence of sound, but a presence, a vast and waiting stillness that seemed to hold the entire prairie in its gentle palm. In that silence, the smallest noises became significant. The rustle of a field mouse in the dry grass, the distant creak of a windmill's vane turning to face a breath of air, the soft exhalation of the earth itself as it released the day's stored heat into the cooling night. The stars, in their slow, imperceptible march across the dome of the sky, seemed to pulse with a steady, ancient rhythm, a heartbeat that had been sounding since long before the first human eyes looked up in wonder. The land, which had endured so much, the tearing of the plow, the scorching of the drought, the scouring of the wind, lay in a state of repose, its wounds not forgotten, but forgiven, incorporated into the long story of its existence, in a modest farmhouse set back from a gravel road in the Oklahoma Panhandle. An old woman named Eleanor stirred in her sleep. She was 92 years old, and her dreams were filled with images that her waking mind rarely called up anymore. The feel of her mother's hand gripping hers as they stumbled through the darkness of a dust storm. The taste of the grit that had settled on every surface. The sound of her father's voice, cracked and dry, reciting a prayer he had learned as a child in a sod house. Eleanor was one of the last living witnesses of the black blizzards, one of the dwindling few who could still remember the way the light had failed, and the world had turned to a choking, blinding chaos. She rarely spoke of those years to her grandchildren or her great-grandchildren, not because the memories were too painful, though they were, but because she felt that the words were inadequate, that the experience could not be translated into language. How could you explain the texture of darkness at noon to someone who had always lived in a world of electric light and weather forecasts? How could you convey the weight of the dust, the way it had settled in the folds of a baby's blanket, the way it had filled the lungs of the old and the young with a slow, suffocating finality? But in her dreams, the dust returned. It came not as a nightmare, but as a presence, a familiar, almost comforting companion. She dreamed of the wind's voice, a low moan that rose to a shriek, and she dreamed of the way the dust had drifted against the fence posts in sculpted waves, like snow but warm and gritty, and infinitely more patient. She dreamed of her mother, a woman whose face she could no longer recall in her waking hours, but who appeared in the dreams with perfect clarity, her eyes tired but kind, her hands rough from the work of keeping a home in a world that was trying to bury them. In the dream, her mother was hanging wet sheets over the windows, and the sheets fluttered in the wind, and the dust sifted through them in fine, brown tendrils, and her mother turned to her and smiled, and the smile said, without words, that they would endure, that the storm would pass, that the morning would come. When Eleanor woke, the dream would linger for a few moments, a gossamer veil between sleep and consciousness, and then it would fade, leaving behind only a vague sense of disquiet. She would rise, her joints aching with the stiffness of age, and she would make her way to the kitchen, where the coffee pot was already bubbling on the stove, set on a timer by one of her granddaughters, who came by every morning to check on her. She would sit by the window, and look out at the green wheat field that stretched to the horizon. And she would marvel, as she had marveled every morning for the past 70 years, that the land was still there, that the grass was still growing, that the sky was clear and blue and empty of anything but the sun. The dust bowl for Aliner was not a chapter in a history book. It was a part of her, woven into the fabric of her being, and she carried it with her into the quiet of the morning, a silent, invisible companion. The granddaughter who came to check on Aliner was named Sarah, a woman in her mid-30s who had grown up on the same land and had, after a brief sojourn in the city, returned to the plains to raise her own children. Sarah was a child of a different era, an era of smartphones and satellite, whether imagery and genetically modified crops, and her connection to the land was different from her grandmother's. She did not dream of dust storms because she had never experienced one. She did not scan the horizon with the same deep, instinctive wariness that her grandmother still displayed, but she loved the land with a fierce, protective love, and she understood, on an intellectual level, if not a visceral one, the fragility of the balance that sustained it. She had studied agriculture at the State University, and she had come home with a head full of new ideas about sustainable farming, about cover crops and no-till methods and soil health. Her father, Aliner's son, had been skeptical at first, wedded to the old ways of deep plowing and clean fields. But he had gradually come around, persuaded by the evidence of his own eyes, the way the soil held together under the new methods, the way the yields held steady even in the dry years. Sarah would sit with Aliner in the mornings, after the coffee was poured and the children were sent off to school, and the two women would talk, or rather, Sarah would talk, and Aliner would listen, her eyes, still sharp and clear, fixed on the horizon. Sarah would talk about the farm, about the moisture levels in the soil, about the price of wheat, about the latest report on the aquifer's decline. Aliner would nod, and occasionally she would offer a comment, a fragment of memory, or a piece of old wisdom that seemed to Sarah to come from a different world. The wind knows what it's doing, Aliner might say, apropos of nothing, and Sarah would pause, her train of thought derailed, and she would wait for an explanation that never came. The old woman's pronouncements were like koans, mysterious and irreducible, and Sarah had learned to accept them without pressing for clarification. She knew that her grandmother's mind moved in patterns that were alien to her own, patterns shaped by a lifetime of watching the sky and listening to the wind. The children, Sarah's two boys, were 8 and 10 years old, and they inhabited the farm with the unself-conscious joy of creatures who had known no other home. They ran through the wheat fields, chasing grasshoppers and meadowlarks, their laughter carrying across the still air. They climbed the windmill, despite their mother's stern prohibitions, and they sat on the platform at the top, their legs dangling, looking out over the patchwork of fields and pastures that was their entire world. They knew the names of the grasses: buffalo grass, blue grama, city oats grama, because their grandmother Aliner had taught them, pointing out the different species on their walks along the section line. They knew the calls of the birds, the difference between a killdeer and a plover, the way the nighthawks swooped and dived in the evening sky. They knew the story of the Dust Bowl, or at least a version of it, the version that was taught in the local school, the version that had been sanitized and simplified for young minds. They knew that their great-grandparents had lived through a time when the sky had turned black and the soil had blown away. But they did not really understand it, because how could they? The world they knew was green and golden and full of life, and the idea that the very ground could rise up and swallow the sun was as fantastical to them as a fairy tale. And yet, even in their innocent, sunlit world, there were hints of the deeper reality. On a dry spring day, when the wind was up and the fields had been recently plowed, a haze would appear on the horizon, a faint brown smudge that the older residents would eye with a knowing look. The boys would notice it, and they would ask their mother about it, and she would explain in simple terms that it was dust, just a little dust, nothing to worry about. But she would also remind them of the shelter belts, those lines of trees that broke the wind and held the soil in place. And she would tell them that the shelter belts had been planted by people who understood what could happen if the land was not cared for. The boys would nod, their attention already drifting to some new adventure. But the seed of the story was planted, a tiny, dormant thing that might one day sprout into a deeper understanding. The rhythm of the seasons continued, the wheel of the year turning with a slow, inexorable grace. The wheat was planted in the autumn, the seeds pressed into the moist soil, and the winter came, a season of rest and waiting. The snow fell, blanketing the fields in white, and the land seemed to sleep under its cold cover, dreaming of the spring to come. The farmhouse was warm and bright, the wood stove crackling in the living room, the children doing their homework at the kitchen table, the smell of baking bread filling the air. The family gathered in the evenings, and the old stories were told, not the stories of the Dust Bowl, not often, but the older stories, the ones about the first homesteaders, about the great-grandfather who had walked behind a team of mules and broken the prairie sod for the first time. Those stories were part of the family's identity, a legacy that was passed down as carefully as the land itself. The spring came with its familiar drama of rebirth. The snow melted, the creeks ran, and the wheat, which had been lying dormant under the frozen ground, began to stir. The first green shoots were a sight that never lost its power to move the heart, a promise that the long, dark season was over, and the world was renewing itself once again. The farmers were busy, their tractors tractors rumbling across the fields, their implements turning the soil, or, in the case of the no-till farmers, slicing through the stubble and dropping the seeds into the narrow furrows without disturbing the surface. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth, a perfume that was intoxicating in its richness. And the meadowlarks sang from every fence post, their notes a cascade of liquid gold. The summer was the season of growth and always of anxiety. The sun bore down with a relentless intensity, and the farmers watched their crops with a mixture of hope and dread. The rain, when it came, was celebrated with a quiet, heartfelt gratitude. A good, soaking rain in late June, when the wheat was filling out its heads, could make the difference between a profitable harvest and a marginal one. The storms that brought the rain were often violent, the thunderheads building into towering anvils in the western sky, the lightning flickering along their flanks, the wind gusting ahead of the front with a sudden, shocking force. The children would stand on the porch and watch the storms approach, their eyes wide with a primal awe, and their mother would call them inside, her voice carrying an edge of anxiety that they did not fully understand. She had learned from her grandmother that the wind was not a toy, that it could turn from a breeze to a weapon in the space of a heartbeat. The harvest, when it arrived, was a time of intense, focused labor. The combine, a massive, air-conditioned machine that bore little resemblance to the open-air contraptions of a generation ago, moved through the fields with a steady, rumbling purpose, its header cutting a wide swath through the golden wheat. The grain poured into the hopper, and when the hopper was full, it was transferred to a waiting truck, which carried it to the grain elevator in town. The process was repeated over and over from dawn until long after dark. The lights of the combine illuminating the field like a spaceship landed on the prairie. The family worked together, Sarah driving the truck, her husband operating the combine, the boys helping where they could, fetching tools and bringing meals out to the field. It was a hard, exhausting, deeply satisfying time, a culmination of a year's work and worry, a moment of reckoning with the land. And when the harvest was over, and the fields were bare stubble stretching to the horizon, a quiet descended. The frenzy of activity gave way to a slower, more contemplative rhythm. The farmers took stock of their yields, calculated their profits and losses, made plans for the next year. The land, having given its bounty, rested. The stubble in the no-till fields was left standing, a protective armor against the wind and the winter rains. In the tilled fields, the soil was turned, a practice that was becoming less common, but still persisted in some quarters, a habit inherited from the old ways. The debate between till and no-till was a constant, low-grade argument in the coffee shops and the extension offices, a debate that was not just about technique, but about philosophy, about the relationship between the farmer and the soil, the aquifer that vast, hidden reservoir continued its slow, relentless decline. The scientists from the university came out to the farm every few years to measure the depth of the well, and the numbers they recorded were a source of quiet, gnawing concern. The water, which had once been 100 feet below the surface, was now 200 feet down, and the pumps had to work harder to lift it. The cost of the electricity, or the diesel fuel for the generator, was a line item in the farm's budget that grew larger every year. Sarah and her husband talked about the future, about what would happen when the water ran out, about whether the farm could survive on dryland crops alone. They talked about the possibility of switching entirely to cattle, or of planting the whole place back to grass, and earning a living from hunting leases and conservation payments. They talked about the children, about whether the boys would want to stay on the land, or whether they would leave for the cities, as so many of their generation had done. The conversations were not panicked or despairing. They were practical, measured, the kind of conversations that farmers had been having on the plains for a century. Conversations about risk and adaptation and the unpredictable whims of nature. The town, a few miles down the gravel road, continued its slow transformation. The grain elevator was still the tallest structure, still the economic anchor, but its ownership had changed, consolidated into a regional cooperative that served a dozen counties. The cafe on Main Street, the one where the old men gathered in the morning, had closed for a few years and then reopened under new management. A young couple from the city who had a vision of a farm-to-table restaurant serving locally sourced food. The menu featured grass-fed beef from a ranch just down the road, vegetables from a small organic farm outside of town, bread baked with locally milled flour. The old men, initially skeptical of the quinoa salads and the artisanal cheeses, had gradually come around, and they now held court at the same corner table, drinking their coffee and discussing the weather just as they had always done. The new cafe was a symbol of the town's resilience, its ability to adapt and reinvent itself in the face of change. The school, a low, modern building that had replaced the old brick structure of the 1920s, served a district that covered hundreds of square miles. The buses ran long routes, picking up children from isolated farmhouses and bringing them together in a community of learning. The teachers, many of them young and idealistic, worked hard to provide an education that was both rigorous and relevant, connecting the curriculum to the land and the life that the children knew. The science classes studied the soil, the water, the ecosystem of the prairie. The history classes delved into the story of the plains, from the indigenous peoples to the homesteaders, to the Dust Bowl, to the present day. The art classes drew inspiration from the landscape, the vast skies, and the subtle colors of the grasses. The children were growing up with a sense of place, a rootedness that was increasingly rare in the mobile, rootless culture of the modern world. The church, a white clapboard building with a steeple that pointed heavenward, was still the spiritual heart of the community. The Sunday services were led by a pastor who had been there for 20 years, a man who knew his congregation intimately, who had baptized their babies and buried their elders, and sat with them through the long nights of illness and grief. His sermons were gentle and thoughtful, filled with references to the land and the seasons, to the parables of seeds and soil and harvest. He spoke of the Dust Bowl occasionally, not as a historical event, but as a spiritual lesson, a story of hubris and humility, of the consequences of forgetting that the earth belongs to God and not to man. The congregation listened, their faces reflecting a quiet, deep-seated faith that had been tested and had endured. The years passed, and the boys grew. The older one, Jacob, developed a passion for the machinery of the farm, the tractors and the combines, and the intricate systems of GPS and sensors that guided them. He would spend hours in the shop, tinkering with an old engine, his hands grease-stained, his mind absorbed in the mechanical logic of the machines. The younger one, Lucas, was drawn to the living things, the cattle and the grasses, and the wild creatures of the prairie. He would walk the pastures with a field guide in his pocket, identifying the birds and the wildflowers, his eyes always scanning the horizon for something new. Sarah watched them with a mixture of pride and a quiet, bittersweet awareness that their paths might one day diverge from the farm, that the pull of the wider world might prove too strong to resist. She did not try to hold them back. She knew, from her own experience, that the land had a way of calling its children home, and that, if they were meant to stay, they would. Elinor, the old woman, grew older still. Her body, which had been strong and resilient for so long, began to fail. She spent more time in her chair by the window, her gaze fixed on the wheat field, her hands folded in her lap. Her dreams became more vivid, more frequent, and the boundary between sleep and waking grew thin and permeable. Sometimes, in the middle of the afternoon, she would speak, her voice a reedy whisper, and the words she spoke were not addressed to anyone in the room. She would talk to her mother, or to her father, or to a brother who had died in a dust storm when he was only a child. She would describe the way the light had looked on a certain morning in 1934, or the taste of the soup her mother had made from nothing but water and a few dried vegetables. Sarah would sit with her, holding her hand, listening to the fragments of memory that surfaced and then sank again, like bubbles rising from a deep, dark well. The day came when Elinor did not wake. She passed in her sleep peacefully, her face relaxed, her breathing slowing until it stopped altogether. The family gathered, and the funeral was held in the white clapboard church. The pews filled with neighbors and friends and distant relatives who had come from far away pay their respects. The pastor spoke of her long life, of the trials she had endured and the strength she had shown, of the legacy she left behind in the land and in the hearts of her family. After the service, she was buried in the small cemetery on the edge of town, next to her husband, who had died many years before, and near the graves of the children who had not survived the dust. The wind on that day was gentle, a soft, southerly breeze that carried the scent of growing wheat, and the sky was a deep, untroubled blue. The farm continued, the rhythms of the seasons, the cycle of planting and harvest, of birth and death, went on. Jacob, the older boy, went off to college to study agricultural engineering, and Lucas, the younger, stayed on the farm, working alongside his mother and father, learning the old skills and the new. The aquifer continued its decline, and the conversations about the future continued. But there was no panic, no sense of impending doom. There was only the steady, patient work of adaptation, the slow, careful adjustment of practices and expectations to the realities of the land. The shelter belts, those old trees planted by the CCC boys in the 1930s, were beginning to show their age, and a new generation of trees was being planted alongside them. A living, growing legacy of protection against the wind. The dust, that ancient, patient substance, remained. It was held in place now by the roots of the grasses and the cover crops and the no-till stubble. But it was still there, a permanent part of the landscape. On a dry, windy day in the spring, a faint haze would rise from the bare fields, a ghost of the old storms, a reminder that the balance was always precarious. The people who lived on the plains understood this in a way that was both intellectual and instinctive. They knew that the land was not a machine, not a resource, but a living, breathing entity with its own history and its own will. They knew that the Dust Bowl was not a closed chapter, not a historical curiosity, but a living presence, a potential that lay dormant in the soil, waiting for the right conditions to awaken. And so the plains slept, and the people slept, and the dust slept with them, held in the long, patient embrace of the roots and the grass and the careful, humble work of those who had learned to listen to the land. The wind blew as it had always blown, a voice that carried the memory of every storm, every drought, every rain that had ever fallen on the prairie. The stars turned overhead, indifferent and eternal, and the sun rose each morning over the flat horizon, painting the world in shades of gold and rose. The story of the Dust Bowl, like all stories, was not an ending but a beginning, a seed planted in the consciousness of a people, a seed that would grow and spread and bear fruit in ways that no one could predict. The long, slow, beautiful, and terrifying dance of the land. And the people continued, a dance that had been going on for 10,000 years and would go on for 10,000 more, as long as the grass grew and the wind blew, and the sky arched over the endless, sleeping plains. The land remembered everything. It remembered the slow, grinding advance of the ice sheets that had scraped across the northern plains tens of thousands of years ago, pulverizing rock into the fine, mineral-rich powder that would one day become the soil. It remembered the meltwater floods that had carved the great river valleys, the Missouri and the Platte and the Arkansas, and it remembered the wind that had carried the silt from those valleys and laid it down in thick, even blankets across the high plains. It remembered the first grasses, the hardy, pioneering species that had crept onto the bare ground and sent their roots down into the sterile earth, beginning the long, patient work of building a living skin. It remembered the mammoths and the ancient bison, the mastodons and the giant sloths, the herds that had grazed and trampled and fertilized the land in cycles that stretched across the millennia. It remembered the first humans, the Clovis hunters, who had followed the herds across the Bering Land Bridge and down the ice-free corridor, their fluted spear points finding the soft spots between the ribs of the great beasts. It remembered the drought of the medieval warm period, a dry spell that had lasted for centuries and had driven the ancestors of the Pawnee and the Wichita eastward toward the rivers. It remembered the Little Ice Age, when the winters were long and brutal, and the bison grew thick, shaggy coats to survive the cold. The land held all of this in its deep, silent memory, a record written in the strata of the soil, in the pollen grains trapped in the ancient playa lakes, in the growth rings of the cottonwoods that lined the creeks. The Dust Bowl of the 1930s was only the most recent chapter in a story that had been unfolding for millions of years. A brief, violent episode in the long, slow life of the prairie. The scientists who studied the plains in the decades after the Dust Bowl were like detectives piecing together a vast, fragmented manuscript. They drilled cores from the beds of dried-up lakes and extracted the layers of sediment, each layer a page in the history of the climate. They counted the pollen grains under microscopes, identifying the species of plants that had grown in each era. They measured the isotopes of oxygen in the shells of tiny crustaceans, reconstructing the temperature and the salinity of the water. They mapped the ancient dune fields, the sand hills that had been active during previous droughts, and they realized that the Dust Bowl was not an aberration, but a recurrence, a phenomenon that had happened before and would happen again. The plains had always been a land of extremes, a place where the rain fell in unpredictable patterns, and the wind blew with a constancy that bordered on the eternal. The native grasses had evolved to survive these extremes, their roots reaching deep into the soil, their seeds able to lie dormant for years until the right conditions arrived. The bison had evolved to follow the rain, their migrations tracing the contours of the moisture gradient. The indigenous indigenous peoples had evolved their cultures around the rhythms of the land, their movements and their ceremonies attuned to the cycles of drought and abundance. The settlers who arrived in the 19th century had brought with them a different set of expectations. Expectations shaped by the wet, stable climates of Europe and the eastern United States. They looked at the sea of grass and saw a garden waiting to be planted. They looked at the clear, braided rivers and saw a reliable source of water. They looked at the deep, black soil and saw an inexhaustible bank of fertility. They did not see the ancient dunes beneath their feet, the buried evidence of past droughts that stretched back to the last ice age. They did not hear the land's whispered warnings because they did not speak its language. The Dust Bowl was the land's way of shouting, a voice so loud and so terrible that it could not be ignored. And for a time, after the storms passed, the people listened. They changed their practices, they planted trees, they contoured their fields, but the memory of the shouting faded, as all memories do, and the quieter voice of the land was once again drowned out by the noise of ambition and necessity. In the early decades of the 21st century, the southern plains entered a new period of drought. It began subtly, with a few dry winters and a few scorching summers, nothing that the farmers had not seen before. But the dry years accumulated, and the moisture that had been stored in the subsoil during the wet decades began to deplete. The Ogallala Aquifer, that vast, ancient reservoir, continued its relentless decline. The Playa Lakes, those shallow, ephemeral wetlands that dotted the landscape, dried up and cracked under the sun. The rivers that flowed from the Rockies, the Arkansas and the Canadian and the Cimarron, shrank to a fraction of their former volume, their waters diverted for irrigation and municipal use before they ever reached the plains. The land was drying out, slowly and inexorably, and the wind, that patient, eternal force, was waiting. Sarah, the granddaughter of a leaner, felt the change in her bones. She was in her mid-50s now, her hair streaked with gray, her face weathered by decades of sun and wind. The farm she managed with her husband and her younger son, Lucas, was a mix of dryland wheat and irrigated corn, of pasture and conservation reserve land. The shelter belts that her great-grandfather's generation had planted were now old and gnarled, their branches broken by ice storms and their trunks hollowed by age. A few of them had died, and the gaps they left in the windbreak were like missing teeth in a smile. Sarah had planted new trees to replace them, cottonwoods and cedars and hackberries. But the young trees were struggling in the dry years, their growth stunted, their leaves wilting in the relentless heat. She walked the fields in the early morning, as her grandmother Alina had once done, and she saw the signs that the old-timers had always watched for: the curling of the wheat leaves, the cracking of the soil surface, the faint, dusty haze that rose from the bare patches, where the cover crop had failed to establish. She was not a woman given to panic or despair. She was a pragmatist, a problem solver, a descendant of people who had endured far worse. But she could feel, in some deep, intuitive part of herself, that the land was speaking again. And this time, the voice was not a shout, but a low, insistent murmur, a whisper that said, "Be careful, be ready." The drought deepened through the summer of the third year. The wheat, which had been planted the previous autumn with high hopes, came up thin and patchy. The spring rains, which usually arrived in April and made to carry the crop through to harvest, failed to materialize. The sky remained a hard, brilliant blue day after day, the sun hammering down with an intensity that seemed almost personal. The farmers who had kept detailed records noted that the conditions were beginning to resemble the early 1930s. Not the full-blown disaster, not yet, but the ominous, creeping dryness that preceded it. The conversations at the cafe in town took on a more somber tone. The old men, the ones who had been children during the Dust Bowl and were now in their late 80s and 90s, were consulted for their memories, their recollections of the way the drought had started, the way the wind had begun to blow. They sat at their corner table, their hands gnarled and spotted, their voices thin and reedy, and they told the stories they had told 100 times before. The darkness at noon, the dust that drifted like snow, the sound of the wind that never stopped. The younger farmers listened with a respect that was tinged with unease. They had heard the stories all their lives, but now the stories seemed less like distant history and more like a possible future. The government agencies, the successors to the old Soil Conservation Service, were monitoring the situation closely. The National Drought Mitigation Center, based at the University of Nebraska, issued maps that showed the creeping advance of severe and extreme drought across the southern plains. The U.S. Department of Agriculture activated its disaster assistance programs, offering low-interest loans and emergency payments to farmers who had lost their crops. The Natural Resources Conservation Service, the modern incarnation of the agency that had been born out of the Dust Bowl, dispatched its technicians to advise on soil protection measures, urging farmers to keep their ground covered, to avoid tillage, to plant emergency cover crops if they had the moisture to germinate them. The lessons of the 1930s had been codified into policy and practice, and the institutional memory of the disaster was strong, but the scale of the challenge was daunting, and the resources available to address it were stretched thin by years of budget cuts and shifting political priorities. The drought was not confined to the southern plains. It was part of a larger pattern, a massive, sprawling dry spell that stretched from the Sierra Nevada to the Mississippi River, from the Mexican border to the Canadian prairies. The reservoirs on the Colorado River, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, dropped to historic lows. Their bathtub rings of white mineral deposits, marking the vanished water like the rings on a dying tree. The forests of the Rocky Mountains, stressed by heat and dryness, succumbed to beetles and wildfires. Their blackened skeletons, a stark reminder of the changing climate. The cities of the Southwest, Phoenix and Las Vegas and Los Angeles, scrambled to secure their water supplies, drilling deeper wells, negotiating with farmers for their allocations, building desalination plants on the coast. The interconnectedness of the whole system, the way the fate of a wheat farmer in the Oklahoma Panhandle was linked to the water consumption of a suburbanite in Southern California, was a complex and often uncomfortable truth that the drought made impossible to ignore. On the farm, Sarah and her family adapted. The irrigated corn, which had once been their most reliable cash crop, was scaled back. The water from the declining aquifer reserved for the highest value uses. The center pivots sat idle for much of the summer, their long arms still, their nozzles dry. The dryland wheat, which covered the majority of the farm, was managed with an intense focus on soil moisture conservation. The previous year's stubble was left standing. The new crop planted directly into it with a no-till drill. The soil undisturbed. The result was a field that looked messy and unkempt compared to the clean, black furrows of the old days. But the stubble shaded the ground, reduced evaporation, and held the precious snow that fell in the winter. The winter snow, what little of it there was a lifeline. And Sarah watched the weather reports with an intensity that bordered on obsession. When a storm was forecast, she would walk out into the field and stand in the falling flakes, feeling them land on her upturned face, willing them to keep falling, to pile up, to melt slowly into the thirsty earth. Lucas, the younger son who had stayed on the farm, had grown into a quiet, thoughtful man in his late 20s. He had his grandmother Aliner's deep-set eyes and his mother's practical competence. And he moved through the world with a calm, unhurried grace that seemed to belong to a different era. He had taken over much of the day-to-day management of the operation, the planting and the spraying and the harvesting, while his father, Sarah's husband, focused on the equipment maintenance and the financial planning. Lucas had also taken on a new project, one that had begun as a hobby and had gradually grown into a passion. He had started to restore a section of the farm to native prairie, fencing off 100 acres of marginal cropland and seeding it with a mix of buffalo grass, blue grama, city oats grama, and a dozen species of wildflowers. The project was part of a government conservation program that paid a modest annual rent for the land. But the money was not the primary motivation. Lucas had become fascinated by the ecology of the prairie, the intricate web of relationships between the grasses and the soil microbes, the insects and the birds, the grazing animals, and the fire that had once swept across the landscape. He had read the works of the early ecologists, the scientists who had first described the prairie as a living community, and he had been captivated by their vision of a landscape that was not just a backdrop, but a participant, a partner in the human enterprise. The restoration project was slow and painstaking. The first year, the seeded grasses were barely visible, their tiny seedlings struggling to compete with the weeds that had sprung up from the dormant seed bank in the soil. The second year, the grasses began to gain a foothold, their roots reaching deeper into the ground, their leaves spreading to form a thin, patchy carpet. By the third year, the prairie was starting to look like a prairie, the different species sorting themselves out according to the subtle variations in the terrain. The buffalo grass on the drier knolls, the bluestem in the swales, the wildflowers, the coneflowers, and the Indian paintbrush, and the prairie clover, splashing color across the green. The birds returned, the grasshopper sparrows, and the dickcissels, and the meadowlarks, their songs a chorus that filled the morning air. The insects returned, the bees and the butterflies, and the dung beetles, their tiny, invisible labors stitching the ecosystem back together. And the roots, the deep, binding roots, reached downward, anchoring the soil, holding the dust in place, doing the work that roots had always done on the plains. The drought tested the restored prairie, as it tested everything else. The grasses, which had evolved over millions of years to survive dry spells, went dormant, their leaves turning brown and brittle, their life retreating into the roots. The wildflowers bloomed briefly, and then set their seeds, the seeds dropping to the ground to wait for the next rain. The soil, protected by the mat of dead vegetation, did not blow. The dust, that ancient, patient enemy, remained where it was. Lucas walked through the restoration area in the height of the summer, the heat shimmering above the brown grass, and he saw that the land was holding. It was not lush, it was not green, but it was stable. The contrast with the bare fields that some of his neighbors still maintained, their soil exposed to the full force of the wind, was stark. On a windy day, he could stand on the boundary between his restored prairie and the neighbor's tilled field, and he could watch the dust rise from the bare ground in thin, snaking streamers, while on his side of the fence, the air was clear. The lesson was as simple and as profound as it had been in the 1930s. Keep the ground covered, and the soil stays put. The older son, Jacob, returned to the farm that summer for an extended visit. He had completed his degree in agricultural engineering and had been working for a large equipment manufacturer in the Midwest, designing precision agriculture systems, the sensors and the software that allowed farmers to apply water and fertilizer with exacting precision. He was successful, well paid, respected by his colleagues, but there was a restlessness in him that he could not quite name. The city where he lived, a a sprawling metropolis of highways and subdivisions, felt increasingly alien to him. Its noise and its pace, a constant, low-grade irritation. He missed the silence of the plains, the vast, open sky, the way the wind sounded when it blew through the shelter belts. He missed the rhythm of the seasons, the smell of the damp earth in the spring, the sight of the wheat ripening in the summer sun. He had not expected to miss these things. He had left the farm eager to escape what he saw as its limitations, its isolation, its relentless, grinding demands. But the city had its own limitations, its own isolation, and he had come to realize that the farm was a part of him in ways he had not understood. His visit coincided with the wheat harvest, such as it was. The crop was meager, the heads small and the kernels shriveled, but there was still a harvest to be had, and the family gathered to bring it in. Jacob climbed into the cab of the combine, a massive, state-of-the-art machine that was a far cry from the open-air contraption his great-grandfather had used, and he guided it through the thin, patchy wheat, the GPS steering system keeping it on a perfectly straight line. The grain poured into the hopper, a thin, golden stream that was a fraction of what it should have been. But Jacob found himself moved by the process in a way he had not anticipated. He was participating in a ritual that stretched back to the very origins of agriculture. The gathering of the seed, the reward for a year's labor and worry. The yield was poor, the profit non-existent, but the act itself, the simple, ancient act of harvesting, connected him to something larger than himself, something that the spreadsheets and the design software and the corporate meetings had never touched. In the evenings, after the machines were shut down and the dust had settled, the family gathered on the porch of the farmhouse, the same porch where Alina had sat in her final years, watching the wheat field. The sunset painted the western sky in shades of orange and pink and deepening purple, and the wind, which had blown all day, softened to a gentle breeze. Sarah sat in her mother's old rocking chair, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes on the horizon. Her husband, a man of few words, sat beside her, his boots propped on the railing. Jacob and Lucas sat on the steps, their long legs stretched out, their conversation a slow, meandering stream of talk about the crop, the weather, the aquifer, the future. The future was a subject that weighed on all of them, though they approached it from different angles. Jacob was full of ideas about technology, about sensors and drones and artificial intelligence, about ways to make the farm more efficient, more resilient. Lucas was more interested in the biological approach, in the soil microbiome, in the complex, self-regulating systems of the prairie. Their mother listened to both of them, and she offered her own perspective, a perspective shaped by decades of experience and by the deep, quiet wisdom she had inherited from her grandmother Alina. She said, The land will tell you what it needs. You just have to listen. The drought continued into the autumn, and the autumn was dry, and the winter brought little snow. The land was entering its fourth year of below-average moisture, and the cumulative effect was beginning to show. The Playa Lakes, those shallow basins that filled with the runoff from the occasional rainstorm, were bone dry, their cracked mud surfaces curling up in plates that looked like ancient pottery. The creeks that fed the rivers were reduced to a series of stagnant pools, their water green with algae, their banks littered with the tracks of desperate animals. The wildlife, the deer and the coyotes and the raccoons, ventured closer to the human habitations, searching for food and water. The farmers, who had been hoping for a change in the pattern, began to speak openly of the possibility that the drought was not a temporary dry spell, but a permanent shift, a new normal brought about by the changing climate. The scientists on the news, the climatologists and the hydrologists, were cautious in their pronouncements, but their computer models pointed in a troubling direction. The southern plains, they said, were likely to become hotter and drier in the coming decades, with more frequent and more intense droughts. The Dust Bowl of the 1930s, which had once seemed like a once-in-a-millennium event, was beginning to look like a preview of the future. The community responded to the crisis in the way that communities on the plains had always responded, with a mixture of pragmatism, mutual aid, and a deep, stubborn refusal to give up. The local groundwater management district, a body elected by the farmers themselves, implemented new restrictions on irrigation, limiting the amount of water that each producer could pump from the aquifer. The restrictions were painful, and they were not universally popular, but they were accepted as a necessary measure, a way of stretching the remaining water as far as it could go. The churches organized prayer vigils, asking for rain, and the prayers were offered with a sincerity that was both touching and, to some, troubling in its desperation. The county extension agent, a young woman with a degree in soil science and a passion for conservation, held workshops on drought-resistant crops, on alternative forages for cattle, on the latest research into soil health. The workshops were well attended, the farmers sitting in folding chairs in the community center, their faces a mixture of skepticism and hope. Jacob, during his visit, found himself drawn into the life of the community in a way he had not expected. He attended the groundwater meetings with his father, listening to the debates about pumping allocations and depletion rates. He helped Lucas with the prairie restoration, walking the fence lines, repairing the barbed wire, scattering seeds on the bare patches. He spent hours talking with his mother about the history of the farm, about the decisions that had been made over the generations, the triumphs and the mistakes. He began to understand, in a visceral way, that the farm was not just a business, not just a piece of property, but a living, breathing entity that had been shaped by the love and labor of his ancestors. The soil, that thin, fragile layer that covered the bedrock, was infused with their sweat, their hopes, their prayers. The shelter belts, those gnarled old trees, were monuments to their foresight. The farmhouse, with its creaky floors and its faded wallpaper, was a repository of memories, of births and deaths, of celebrations and sorrows. He had left the farm to escape its weight, its burden of history and expectation. But he had come to realize that the weight was also a gift, an anchor in a world that often felt adrift. The decision to stay, when it came, was not a dramatic epiphany, but a slow, quiet dawning. Jacob returned to the city at the end of the summer, and he went back to his job, his desk, his routine. But the city felt different to him now. Or perhaps he was different. He found himself staring out the window of his office, his mind drifting to the image of the wheat field, the way the light had looked in the early morning, the way the wind had stirred the grass. He thought about the sound of the meadowlark, the smell of the damp earth, the feel of the soil crumbling in his hand. He thought about his brother, working alone on the farm, planting and harvesting and watching the sky. He thought about his mother, growing older, her strength slowly ebbing. And one day, he simply knew that he had to go back. He submitted his resignation, sold his condo, packed his belongings, and pointed his car west toward the flat horizon and the open sky. The return was not a solution to all problems. It was the beginning of a new set of challenges. The drought was still there. The aquifer was still declining. The climate was still changing. Jacob brought with him his knowledge of technology, his ideas about precision agriculture and data-driven decision-making. And he began to integrate those ideas into the operation of the farm. He installed soil moisture sensors in the fields, a network of small, wireless devices that transmitted real-time data to a computer in the farm office. He flew a drone over the crops, its camera capturing detailed images of the plant health, the variations in color and growth that indicated stress. He used the data to fine-tune the irrigation, applying water only where it was needed, stretching the dwindling supply as efficiently as possible. The technology was not a magic bullet. It could not make it rain, could not refill the aquifer, but it helped. It allowed the family to make better decisions, to adapt more quickly, to survive. Lucas, for his part, continued his work on the prairie restoration, expanding the acreage, experimenting with different seed mixes, documenting the return of the native species. He also began to explore the possibility of integrating livestock into the system, using a rotational grazing approach that mimicked the movement of the ancient bison herds. He bought a small herd of cattle, hardy, low-maintenance animals that could thrive on the native grasses, and he moved them from pasture to pasture, allowing the land to rest and recover between grazing periods. The cattle, in turn, fertilized the soil, trampled the weeds, and helped to break down the old, dead vegetation, stimulating new growth. The system was not a return to the pristine prairie of pre-settlement times. That was impossible, but it was a step toward a more holistic, more resilient form of agriculture, one that worked with the natural processes of the land rather than against them. The two brothers, who had once been so different in their interests and their ambitions, found a common ground in their shared love for the farm. They worked together, their skills complementing each other, their debates about the best path forward always respectful, always rooted in a mutual respect. Jacob would argue for the latest piece of equipment, a new sensor, or a new software platform. And Lucas would counter with a reminder about the importance of the soil biology, the mycorrhizal fungi, the earthworms. Their mother, watching them from the porch, smiled to herself, a quiet, private smile that held within it the memory of her grandmother Alina, who had once told her that the land had a way of bringing people together, of teaching them what was truly important. The drought, in its 5th year, showed signs of breaking. It began with a series of small, unexpected rains in the late summer, showers that passed through quickly but left the ground damp and the air fragrant with the smell of wet earth. The rains continued into the autumn, and the winter brought a deep, wet snow that blanketed the fields and soaked into the soil when the spring thaw arrived. The playa lakes, those dusty, cracked basins, filled with water once again, and the frogs, which had been buried in the mud for years, emerged and sang their ancient songs into the night. The creeks began to flow, their waters clear and cold, and the rivers that had been reduced to trickles swelled and spread across their floodplains. The land, which had been holding its breath for so long, exhaled. The recovery, like all recoveries, was gradual. The aquifer, which had been depleted by years of overpumping, did not refill. That would take centuries, if it ever happened at all. But the surface moisture, the rain, and the snow that soaked into the topsoil was enough to bring the land back to life. The wheat, planted in the moist autumn soil, germinated and grew, its green shoots pushing up through the stubble. The pastures, which had been brown and barren, turned a lush, vibrant green. The wildflowers in Lucas's restored prairie bloomed in a riot of color. The coneflowers and the Indian blanket and the black-eyed Susans painting the landscape in broad, joyful strokes. The birds, which had been scarce during the dry years, returned in force, their songs a constant, cheerful background to the daily work. The community, which had been tested by the long drought, emerged with a new sense of solidarity and purpose. The groundwater restrictions, which had been a source of tension and conflict, were now seen as a necessary and prudent measure, a way of ensuring that the remaining water would last as long as possible. conservation practices that had been adopted during the drought. The no-till and the cover crops and the rotational grazing were now embraced as permanent features of the agricultural landscape, not just emergency measures, but a new way of relating to the land. The lessons of the Dust Bowl, which had been learned and then partially forgotten, were relearned, etched deeper into the collective memory. The old-timers, the last living witnesses of the black blizzards, were gone now. Their voices stilled, but their stories lived on, passed down through the generations, a permanent part of the cultural DNA of the plains. Sarah, in her late 60s, began to think about the future of the farm in a more deliberate way. She knew that she would not be the one to run it forever, that the time would come when the burden would pass entirely to her sons. She sat with them one evening in the living room of the farmhouse, the same room where Alina had once told her stories of the dust, and she talked about the importance of keeping the land in the family, of honoring the legacy of those who had come before, of being good stewards for those who would come after. The sons listened, their faces serious, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the wood stove. They did not need to be persuaded. They were already committed. But the formal acknowledgement, the passing of the torch, was an important ritual, a way of marking the continuity of the family's connection to the land. The night came, as it always did, and the stars appeared, those ancient, indifferent pinpricks of light that had watched over the plains for billions of years. The wind, which had been a constant presence for as long as anyone could remember, blew gently across the fields, rustling the wheat and the grass and the leaves of the shelter belts. The farmhouse, with its lit windows and its warm, welcoming glow, was a small island of human life in the vast, dark ocean of the prairie. Inside, the family slept, their breathing slow and steady, their dreams filled with the images of the day, the green of the fields, the blue of the sky, the faces of the ones they loved. Outside, the land slept too, its surface held in place by the roots and the cover and the careful work of generations. The dust, that patient, eternal substance, was still there, waiting in the deep soil, but it was held fast, a prisoner of the life that had reclaimed the surface, the long, slow, beautiful, and terrifying dance of the land. And the people continued, as it had for 10,000 years, as it would for 10,000 more, a story without end, a song without a final note, a sleep that was always on the edge of waking. The years that followed the breaking of the drought were not years of easy abundance, but years of quiet, watchful recovery. The land, which had been pressed so hard for so long, breathed again, and its breath was the green of the spring grass and the golden of the autumn wheat. The people who lived on the land breathed with it, their rhythms attuned to the slow, steady pulse of the seasons, their hearts carrying the memory of the dry years as a weight that had been lifted but not forgotten. The Dust Bowl, that great catastrophe, catastrophe of the previous century had receded into history, but its shadow still lay across the plains, a permanent feature of the psychological landscape. The old photographs still hung on the walls of the museums, the faces of the migrant mothers and the dust-caked farmers gazing out with expressions that seemed to ask a question that had no easy answer. The songs of Woody Guthrie still played on the radios, his nasal voice singing of the great dust storm and the long road to California. The stories were still told, passed from grandparents to grandchildren, the details softening with each retelling, but the essential truth remaining. The land was not to be taken for granted. The wind was not to be underestimated. The bond between the soil and the soul was deeper than any plow could cut. Sarah, the woman who had grown up in the shadow of her grandmother Eliner's memories, had become an elder of the community herself. Her hair was white now, her face lined with the fine, intricate wrinkles of a life spent in the sun and the wind. She moved more slowly than she once had, her joints stiff from decades of labor, but her eyes were still sharp, still watching the horizon with the same alert, assessing gaze that her grandmother had taught her. She had handed over the day-to-day operation of the farm to her sons, Jacob and Lucas. But she remained the keeper of the stories, the repository of the family's long, tangled history on the land. In the evenings, when the work was done and the family gathered on the porch, she would sometimes talk about the old days, not the dust bowl itself. Those stories were too sacred, too heavy for casual telling, but the smaller, quieter moments that surrounded it. The taste of the first rain after the drought broke, the way her mother had wept when the wheat came up green, the sound of her father's voice lifted in a hymn of thanksgiving. The younger generation listened, their faces illuminated by the fading light of the sunset, and they felt the weight of the legacy they had inherited, a legacy that was both a gift and a responsibility. Jacob, the older son, had become the farm's technological heart. The precision agriculture systems he had brought back from his years in the city had evolved and expanded, incorporating new sensors, new algorithms, new ways of seeing the land. Drones flew over the fields on a regular schedule, their cameras capturing multispectral images that revealed the hidden patterns of plant health and soil moisture. The combine, that massive, rumbling beast, drove itself, guided by satellites orbiting high above the earth, its yield monitor mapping every square foot of the field with a precision that would have seemed like magic to the farmers of the 1930s. But Jacob had also learned over the years to temper his faith in technology with a deeper appreciation for the wisdom that came from the land itself. The soil moisture sensors could tell him when the ground was dry, but they could not tell him when the rain would come. The yield maps could show him which parts of the field were struggling, but they could not explain why. For that, he turned to his brother Lucas, who had become the farm's ecological conscience, and to his own growing intuition, a sense that had developed slowly over years of walking the fields and touching the earth and watching the sky. The data was a tool, a powerful tool, but it was not a substitute for the kind of knowledge that came from a lifetime of paying attention. Lucas, the younger son, had expanded the Prairie Restoration Project far beyond its original 100 acres. The restored land now covered nearly a quarter of the farm, a mosaic of native grasses and wildflowers that bloomed in a succession of colors from the spring through the autumn. The rotational grazing system, with its small herd of cattle moving frequently across the pastures, had proven to be a success. The animals thriving on the diverse forage, the land responding with increased vigor and resilience. Lucas had become something of a local expert on prairie ecology, his opinions sought by neighboring farmers and by the scientists from the university who came out to study his land. He spoke at workshops and field days, his quiet, measured voice conveying a deep, almost spiritual connection to the grass and the soil. He talked about the mycorrhizal networks, the fungal threads that connected the roots of the plants and allowed them to share nutrients and water. He talked about the carbon cycle, the way that deep-rooted grasses could pull carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and store it in the soil, a process that might, if scaled up sufficiently, help to slow the warming of the planet. He talked about the beauty of the prairie, the way the light moved across the grass in waves, the way the sky seemed to stretch on forever, the way the land could heal itself if only it was given the chance. His words resonated with the people who heard them, not because they were new. The basic principles had been understood for decades, but because they were spoken with the authority of someone who had put them into practice and had seen the results with his own eyes. The town, that small cluster of buildings on the railroad line, continued its slow, patient transformation. The grain elevator, still the tallest structure, had been modernized, its loading spouts and conveyor belts controlled by computers, its capacity expanded to handle the ever larger harvests. The cafe on Main Street, the one run by the young couple from the city, had become an institution, its walls covered with photographs of the town's history, its menu featuring the produce of the surrounding farms. The old men who had once gathered there to talk about the weather were gone now, their places taken by a new generation of regulars, farmers and ranchers and shopkeepers, who continued the same timeless conversations about moisture and markets and the vagaries of the season. The school, that low, modern building, still served the children of the district, its buses running the same long routes, its classrooms filled with the same bright, curious faces. The curriculum had expanded to include more about the local environment, the history of the plains, the legacy of the Dust Bowl, the The children learned to identify the native grasses, to read the soil maps, to understand the water cycle that connected their small town to the mountains and the rivers and the aquifer below. They were growing up with a sense of place that was rare in the modern world, a rootedness that would shape their lives in ways they could not yet imagine. The climate, that vast, complex system that governed the fate of the plains, continued to shift. The droughts came more frequently now, interspersed with periods of intense rainfall that filled the playa lakes and swelled the rivers, and then receded, leaving the land parched once again. The aquifer, that ancient, dwindling reservoir, continued its slow decline, the water level dropping foot by foot with each passing year. The scientists who studied the region spoke of a new normal, a climate regime that was hotter and more variable than the one that had sustained the settlement of the plains. They warned that the conditions that had created the Dust Bowl were becoming more likely, that the lessons of the 1930s were more relevant than ever. The farmers listened, and they adapted. They planted drought-resistant varieties of wheat and sorghum. They invested in more efficient irrigation systems, applying every drop of water with surgical precision. They enrolled more land in conservation programs, returning the most vulnerable acres to grass. They were not passive victims of the changing climate. They were active participants in a long, slow process of adjustment, a process that their ancestors had begun in the aftermath of the black blizzards. The human community, too, continued to adapt. The population of the plains, which had been declining for a century, began to show signs of stabilizing. The children who had left for the cities in their youth sometimes returned, drawn by the pull of home, the quiet of the countryside, the deep, abiding sense of belonging that the land provided. The newcomers, the immigrants from other countries and other parts of the country, brought new energy and new perspectives. Their presence, a reminder that the plains had always been a place of movement and mixing. The small towns, those fragile outposts of civilization in a vast, empty landscape, found ways to survive, reinventing themselves as centers of renewable energy, as havens for artists and writers, as destinations for tourists seeking the stark, haunting beauty of the prairie. The wind turbines, those towering white machines that marched across the ridges, generated not only electricity, but also a new kind of hope, a sense that the plains could once again be a source of power for the nation, just as the wheat fields had been a century before. The old farmhouse, the one where Alina had sat by the window in her final years, still stood, its white paint peeling, its porch slightly sagging, but its heart still warm and welcoming. The family gathered there for holidays and for Sunday dinners, the house filling with the noise of children and grandchildren, the smell of roasting meat and baking bread, the sound of laughter and conversation, the photographs on the walls The faded black and white images of the homesteaders and the dust storms and the first harvests looked down on the scene with a kind of benevolent approval. The legacy of the past was present in every moment, woven into the fabric of the family's life. The children, the great-great-grandchildren of Aliner, played in the same yard where their ancestors had played, climbed the same trees in the shelter belt, ran through the same wheat fields. They knew the stories, the old stories of the dust and the drought and the long road west. But they also knew the newer stories, the stories of the prairie restoration and the precision agriculture and the slow, patient work of healing the land. They were the inheritors of all of it, the triumphs and the mistakes, the wisdom and the folly, and they would carry it forward into a future that was as uncertain and as full of promise as the future had always been on the plains. The land itself, that ancient, living entity, continued its slow, silent work. The grasses grew, their roots reaching deep into the soil, binding the particles together, holding the dust in place. The shelter belts, those rows of trees that the young men of the Civilian Conservation Corps had planted so long ago, were old now, their branches gnarled, their trunks hollowed by age, but they still stood, still broke the wind, still provided habitat for the birds and the insects. The new trees, the ones that Jacob and Lucas had planted along the fence lines, were growing tall, their roots spreading, their leaves rustling in the breeze. The cycle of planting and harvest, of birth and death, of drought and recovery, continued. A rhythm that was older than human memory, older than the ice sheets, older than the grasses themselves. The plains, which had been shaped by the wind and the water and the patient work of countless generations of living things, endured. They had endured the breaking of the sod and the black blizzards, the exodus of the Okies, and the depletion of the aquifer, and they would endure whatever came next. They were, in their deep, silent way, a testament to the resilience of the natural world, a resilience that was not infinite, but was immensely, stubbornly, beautifully persistent. The night came, as it always did, a slow, purple deepening of the sky, the first stars appearing like grains of light scattered across a dark, velvet cloth. The wind, which had blown all day, softened to a whisper, a gentle exhalation that rustled the grass and the leaves of the trees. The farmhouse, with its lit windows glowing yellow in the dark, was a small, warm beacon in the vast, empty landscape. Inside, the family slept, their breathing slow and steady, their dreams filled with the images of the day, the green of the fields, the blue of the sky, the faces of the ones they loved. The children dreamed of running through the wheat, of climbing the windmill, of the meadowlark's song. The adults dreamed of the harvest, of the rain, of the long, slow work of tending the land. And the old woman, Sarah, who slept in the room that had once been her grandmother's, dreamed of Aliner, of her voice, of her hands, of the way she had looked out the window at the wheat field with an expression of quiet, unshakable peace. The dust, that ancient, patient substance, was still there, held fast by the roots and the cover and the careful work of generations. It was not a threat, not on this night. It was simply a part of the land, a component of the soil, a reminder of what had been and what could be again. The wind, that eternal force, blew gently, and the dust did not stir. The grasses held it, the trees held it. The living skin of the prairie held it in place. The land slept, and the dust slept with it. A long, deep, dreamless sleep that was as old as the continents and as deep as the bedrock. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent and eternal, their light traveling across the vast, empty spaces of the universe to fall upon the sleeping plains. The Milky Way, that river of frozen light, stretched from horizon to horizon, a reminder of the immense scale of the cosmos, the tiny, fragile place of the earth within it. The wind, which had been a presence on the plains for millions of years, continued its endless journey, flowing from the mountains to the prairies, from the north to the south, carrying with it the memory of every storm, every drought, every rain that had ever fallen. The land, that patient, enduring entity, rested, its wounds healed, its strength renewed, its future unwritten. And the story, the long, slow, beautiful, and terrifying story of the Dust Bowl, and the people who had lived through it, came to a quiet, gentle close. It did not end with a dramatic climax or a final, sweeping resolution. It simply settled, like the dust after a storm, into the deep, abiding quiet of the land. The voices of the past, the homesteaders, the migrant mothers, the soil conservationists, the old women with their memories of darkness at noon, faded into the background, their echoes lingering in the rustle of the grass and the sigh of the wind. The people of the present, the farmers and the ranchers and the townsfolk, continued their daily round of labor and love, their lives a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and the future, that vast, unknown territory, stretched out before them, as wide and as open as the prairie sky, full of peril and promise, full of drought and rain, full of the endless, unbroken rhythm of the land. The morning would come, as it always did, the sun rising over the flat horizon in a slow bloom of gold and rose. The meadowlarks would sing, the wheat would rustle in the breeze, the children would run through the fields, the work would begin again, the planting and the tending and the harvesting, the cycle of the seasons turning with a steady, ancient grace. The dust would remain, held in the deep soil, a memory and a warning, a presence that would never be entirely gone. The wind would blow, and the grass would grow, and the people would watch the sky as they had always done, as they would always do. The long, slow sleep of the plains would continue, a sleep that was not a death, but a resting, gathering of strength, a quiet, patient waiting for the next chapter of the story to begin. And so the plains slept, under the vast and watchful sky, their dreams woven from the threads of the past and the hopes of the future. The Dust Bowl, that great, terrible, transformative event, had become a part of the land's memory, a scar that had healed but still ached when the wind was from the south and the air was dry. It was a story that had been told and would be told again, a lesson that had been learned and would be learned again, a presence that was as real as the ground beneath the feet and the sky overhead. The wind whispered through the grass, a soft, sibilant voice that carried the echoes of a million voices, a million prayers, a million dreams. The stars shone down, their light a benediction, and the land, the ancient, enduring land, slept on, its long, slow, beautiful, and terrifying story continuing without end. A quiet, steady pulse in the heart of the continent, a rhythm that would outlast all human striving, all human memory, all human